Okay. Okay, staff and council, we are live now. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this evening's regular session of council for August the 9th, 2022. This meeting is being live streamed on the YouTube, town's YouTube channel. If you wish to follow along on the agenda, it is available at townofgreaternapanee.com. I will therefore call the meeting to order. A little housekeeping coming out of closed session, within closed session, and then we will have some resolutions. Council approved the closed session minutes of June 28th, July 12th, and August the 2nd. Council received information about personal matters about identifiable individuals, and the prospective disposition of land, and a matter related to labor relations, and gave directions. The resolutions that I will be looking for coming out of closed session. Resolution number 1 regarding compensation review, that council approve the recommendations as presented in the confidential compensation review report for the non-union positions and adopt the revised wage schedule effective September the 1st, 2022. And further, that staff be directed to bring a bylaw on September the 13th to formally adopt the revised wage schedule in a public meeting. And further, that the CAO be directed to manage the implementation such that there is no impact to the 2.95 tax increase established for the 2023 in the 5-year budget as a result of the revised wage schedule. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor McCormack. All in favor of that resolution?
Okay. Sorry, Your Worship, I was going to ask for a recorded vote on that.
Recorded vote on the first resolution. Madam Clerk.
All right. So for the recorded vote, I will just go through everyone in order.
We'd go by wards to the Deputy Mayor and then myself.
All right. Vote for Ward 1. Okay. Ward 2.
No.
Ward 3.
Excuse me,
Oh, sorry.
Madam Clerk, can we start
Sorry,
over?
yes.
The people at home
Right.
can't hear, so please lean into the mics and speak so that people can hear you. Thank you.
My apologies. Starting over, Ward 1, Councillor McCormack.
Yes.
Ward 2, Councillor Richardson.
No.
Ward 3, Councillor Pinnell.
No.
Ward 4, Councillor Norrie.
Yes.
Ward 5, Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Yes.
Mayor Isbester.
Yes. Motion is carried. Thank you. Resolution number 2 regarding industrial land. That council authorizes the agreement of purchase and sale of 4.0 acres on Serpent Rider Drive to the 1829817 Ontario Inc. as outlined in the confidential report to the General Manager, Community and Corporate Services. And further, that council authorize staff to complete the extension of the natural gas line to improve the marketability of the remaining properties on Circuit Rider Drive with an estimated cost of $250,000. And further, that council authorizes the CAO and the clerk to execute all necessary documents for the sale and transfer of the property. Moved by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Resolution number 3 is regarding physicians. That council authorize the execution of a forgivable loan agreement with a physician who wishes to establish a medical practice in the town of Greater Napanee under the town's standard terms and conditions for physician incentive agreements in the aggregate amount of $100,000 for a 5-year term, as presented in the confidential staff report. Moved by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Norrie. Further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. I'll look, please, and you want to have your pen sharpened for this next bunch. We have a few additions and moving of things to try and move the meeting along a little bit faster this evening and let people not have to sit until the very end. So, item number 5, public meeting is going to be moved to follow item 6, which is deputations. Item 13, presentations, moved to fall within the public meeting. Items 14.2 and 12.12 and 14.1 moved to follow 12.9. Therefore, the discussion and then the bylaws to follow.
Can you list those once more,
Sure.
please?
Item 5, public meeting, moved to follow item 6, which is the deputations. Item 13, presentations, moved to fall within the public meeting. And items 14.2, 12.12, and 14.1 moved to follow 12.9. Guaranteed when I get there, I'll stumble. The other is, I'm wondering if you'd be a little more lenient. We have 2 of our officers here who are here for the ATV bylaw to answer any questions or to assist us if needed. So if we could move 12.6 to be the first under the heading 12 staff reports.
Just add a little more mud to the water, if we could as well move 12.4 to go, or sorry, 12.5 to go in front of 12.4. It may save some time, and it may not.
So Councillor Richardson is asking for 12.5. Madam Clerk, does that botch up anything from your end of it? To see 12.4 move to 12 before 12.5?
No, Your Worship, it does
Okay.
not.
Just wanted to make sure procedurally, Councillor Richardson, that was okay. Everybody got that? Now somebody keep me straight as to what page we're on. Do I have a mover for this? No. Yeah, Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor Richardson. All in favor of the adoption of the agenda as amended and amended and amended and amended. Disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. I have registered 2 conflicts, one concerning, I think it's 14.2 and 14.1, as well as 12.12 and 12.9, both of them abut or could be perceived to have a conflict of interest due to family owning property in proximity thereof. Any other disclosures? So I will then, so we're moving the deputation to before the public meeting? Yes. I'm right there. Okay, so deputations, I believe we have 2 or 3 people. I don't know just how, one of you representing the residents that we had been sent the petition from, Chris? Yep, no, come forward, please. How are you tonight? Yep, and make sure that you speak in. Sit right in the center chair there if you would, please. And speak into the mic because that's the only way that people are at home can hear it on the live stream, okay? And if you would state your name and address for the clerk's purposes, please, and thank you.
My name is Chris Dibb. I live at 288 Simcoe Street, Napanee, Ontario.
Thank you. If you could just make sure that you are right up to the microphone, please, Chris. Thank you. I know what that's all about.
So I have some handouts. Can I just give them to,
Certainly, or perhaps Mr. Zatterberg would distribute them for you. Thank you.
so I have 7 of those, and I have some pictures that I could pass around too. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, go ahead, please.
So, hi, hope everybody's doing well. As I said, my name's Chris Dibb, and I'm here to get you to reconsider the sale of the parkland adjacent to J.J. O'Neill Catholic School that you have declared surplus. On July 21st, 2022, there was a public notice in the Napanee Beaver that advertised this green space as surplus. My intent tonight is to make you realize why it is not surplus. I moved here in 1968 when my dad went to work for the County of Lennox and Addington. My address was 183 Maryland Avenue, and my dad still lives there. That was the year I started using this parkland or green space with all of the other kids in the neighborhood. In 1987, I bought a house at 288 Simcoe Street, and I still live there, 35 years and counting. My kids were raised here and still use this park, and now my grandchildren use this green space whenever they visit, which is all of the time. People to this day say I have the best backyard in town. There's always a breeze, I can open up the back gate, and my grandchildren have a safe place to play. As a matter of fact, many of the homes have gates that allow entry to our park. My family is 3rd generation playing at this park, 4th if you count my dad. So as Mark stated, we started a petition, and this is what was on it. The residents of this community respectfully ask that you reconsider the sale of the above-mentioned property. This park has been here for 60-plus years. It once had swings and a slide, but they were removed by the town years ago and never replaced. It is also home to a ball diamond, which is still used on a regular basis. This land is used by the Napanee people on a daily basis. The petition has been given to council, and we had 5 pages of signatures, which is pretty good. So, I'm aware J.J. O'Neill has been given a grant of $9.9 million, and it has been mentioned that they are interested in acquiring this park. They are opening up 49 daycare spaces and making room for 331 more students. The demand for parking is going to be a priority, but our park is not the place for their parking lot, nor is it the right spot to help with the traffic congestion. Okay, so that was the part that was gonna tug at your heartstrings, and this is the part that is the facts. So, sorry, I have to think about this. So this park has 2 pipes approximately 40 inches in diameter to the west side, buried full length to south side of Maryland Avenue. See sketch on page 6. It's a really rough sketch. It was just hand-drawn by my husband. There is a drainage ditch behind the first 3 houses with corrugated pipe that drains into this system. Any change in this could alter the flow. You can see this in the provided picture. The public notice states this property is landlocked, but to the north of this park is an old rail bed that used to run to Deserano. The town made this into a walking trail a few years ago, and you can see this better on page 2. The path has upped the number of people using this park. I noticed the other day that someone has even started putting a bowl of water out for the dogs on their walks. Last year, an article in the Beaver showed a proposed road going to the trail to the new subdivision to the west. On the town's website, it shows it as a preferred option. That's on page 5. And page 4 shows another option, which is an overpass. It would have to be built over the CNR tracks and land would have to be acquired. Going with the preferred option, page 5, this would make this parcel of land not landlocked. So I know I have used I and me numerous times in this deputation, but please know I am speaking for all of the people who have signed the petition, fly their kites and their remote control airplanes, play baseball on the ball diamond, walk their dogs, and all of the kids that use this park on a regular basis. This green space is a big part of our lives, and it would be a shame not to have access to it anymore. So before I finish completely, there's just 4 questions I have. Was it declared surplus before or after an offer to purchase? Is it truly landlocked if proposed road goes through? Will this park be put out to tender for the public? And are you planning on making a decision before a new council is chosen? So, live, play, discover. These are the 3 words that really stood out to me on your website. If you take our park away, that will not be doable. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak, and I respectfully ask that you reconsider the sale of this land.
Questions directed to Chris. Go ahead, Terry.
Thank you, Worship.
Councillor Richardson, sorry.
And I just want to clarify, and maybe for you, Chris, that the diagrams that you've shown us, the routes of a proposed access road comes from the 2014 traffic management plan of the County of Lennox-Stannington. I'm guessing that's where I found it. It is the preferred option to run right past this green space. And by doing so, it's no longer landlocked, and I have to admit that I somewhat question how landlocked the property is at this point. From talking to some friends in the real estate business, I don't think it's as landlocked as it would appear. I think you said this has been a park for a long time, from as long as you can remember, I'm guessing, right?
Well, when we moved here in '68, it was a park.
Yeah, and there's still remnants of a ball diamond there, I'm guessing, as I've seen myself.
Yeah. And you know, when you first took away there was a slide, you know, it was one of those tall metal ones that burn your legs all the way down, and a set of swings. But when they were taken away, we never really pushed to get anything more back there. The kids played with it without all that equipment. So it's the perfect spot.
Yeah, and obviously there's, by the looks of the pictures that you've passed around, there is some form of a storm drain that runs through that property, through the middle of it, by the looks of it.
And yeah, and the ditch right behind our house.
As well as there's a, I guess there's a ditching that's been installed by probably, I'm guessing, the town, for the runoff that runs through that piece of property then. Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything further? Any further questions for Chris? So, Chris, with the deputation, we take the information, and certainly you've asked a lot of questions that I think the clerk has all here that will have to be answered for us here. It's not like we're going to make a decision here tonight. We will note and receive what you have brought forward. It's important that we hear from the public when there are things like this, and it will, and somebody on staff correct me if there's anything else that's required of us to do with this deputation this evening. I know that we'll have to look at the things that you have said. Madam Clerk, is it just note and receive is what we want for this evening? Not that we're ignoring what you've said, but I have to have something on the books to say that you've been here.
Through your worship, the matter may also be referred to staff for a report if that is the will of council.
Which can come out of this. So note and receive, and a report come back to council. What are we looking at? September the 9th? 13th? I was close. For further information. Okay, moved by Councillor Richardson. Do you have a question, or are you seconding that, Councillor McCormick?
Both, Your Worship.
Well, let's second
So I'll
it
second
first.
it first.
Thank you, okay.
And-
So seconded by Councillor McCormack.
If I may, Your Worship, how many signatures on the petition, do you know?
64 or 66.
It's close enough, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thanks, Chris, for bringing
you.
it forward. It takes some nerve and some work to do it, so you're admired.
Oh, yeah.
So, Madam Clerk, just to make sure I'm now going to the public meeting, I've
Yes,
tried to
Your
mark
Worship.
my pages as much as I can. I need a resolution to convene the public meeting, please. We're into section 12. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Pennell. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. If you guys want a minute to leave, go ahead, unless you'd like to stay. Oh, yeah, Brian will instruct. Michael, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Worship. This evening, we have Mr. Byron Tan with us from Watson and Associates. This is the consulting firm that we awarded an RFP to for updating of our development charges background study and bylaw. And through this process, we're proposing to implement our current impost fees into the development charges regime. And Mr. Tan can explain that in further detail in his presentation. Throughout Mr. Tan's presentation, there might be another individual from Watson joining the call, Mr. Gary Scanlon. I believe he's tied up in another meeting at this moment, but he may be able to jump in. Oh, he's on there now. So I'll turn it over to Watson now to walk us through the basis of the background report, the proposed bylaw, and next steps moving forward.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be before council this evening. We put together a presentation, which I'm hopeful, there we go. Hopefully everybody can see the presentation. Next slide, please. So this is a mandatory public meeting under the Development Charges Act. Similar to many other public meetings council would have. You go through a process of opening remarks. We'll talk about different aspects of the study, including the process we've gone through and when we would seek to ask council to consider the bylaw. We'll overview the charges and the policies, and then the meeting, I'll finish my presentation, then I'm open to questions from council and the public. And then we'll close the public meeting, and obviously no decisions will be made tonight. It's just an information process. Next slide, please. And so, as I've noted, mandatory under the Development Charges Act. In fact, any amendments to the bylaw must go through some form of public process in order to engage comments from the public. This is part of a mandatory process where the province has set out that we release the background study, and then there's a minimum of 60 days between the release of the study and the first date that council can consider the bylaw. And then within that 60-day period, we must have a public meeting to receive any comments from the public. Next slide, please. This just provides the timeline. We started back in February working with staff. They've been doing an excellent job of assisting us. We've released the study on July 14th, and we would look for council to consider the bylaw on September 13th. That does meet the minimum 60-day period, and as noted in number 3, in the midpoint of this, we're undertaking the public meeting. Next slide. Development charges are not new. They've been around now for 65 years. They used to be originally under the Planning Act. And under the Planning Act, there was numerous, at that time, OMB hearings, and the decisions were actually weaved together into the first Development Charges Act in 1989. And then from that point forward, there have been a number of refinements and adjustments to the bylaw. These charges allow municipalities to recover growth-related costs, so capital costs that will assist in benefiting future development. Project doesn't have to be 100% growth-related, but it has to have the elements of expanding the capacity or providing an additional asset which will accommodate additional growth within the community. Now, the second point identifies that the Development Charges Act set out two different categories of capital costs when it comes to development. The very localized costs that developers will experience, so let's say within a subdivision, you've got your internal water mains, sewers, roads, sidewalks, streetlights, etc. Those are called local services. They're defined as local services under the Section 59 of the Act. That is 100% the developer's responsibility. Outside of the subdivision, that's where we get into these broader costs, which may be streetlights, arterial road improvements, water treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, parks, etc. So these broader costs are what we include in the development charge. So you'll see within our background study, we have in the appendix a definition of a local service, so we express what the developer's expressed costs are, and then what we're going to include in the development charge. So that's laid out specifically in the legislation. All municipalities in Ontario have to follow that regime. Next slide, please. Excuse me. Sorry, I've been speaking all night, so. There have been, historically, as I say, the province has revisited the legislation over time, and most recently, starting in 2019, they started another process. You're probably all familiar with Bill 108. That was that one piece of legislation that was introduced by the Minister of Municipal Affairs that was going to modify 16 pieces of legislation. And within that, there was development charge amendments that were proposed. They were actually quite significant. They were going to take the eligible services from a very broad number of services that municipalities provide, and initially they were going to collapse it down to only 8 that you could collect. Through the process of discussions with the province, I was one of the members on the provincial, the negotiation team at the province, so made up of municipal members. I was one of the team members there. Over time, we were able to broaden what we could collect the DCs for, and I'll talk about that in a moment. What was left actually under Bill 108 was basically a provision to allow better cash flow for certain types of development. And that would be if you have rental housing or institutional developments, you could pay over 5 years starting upon occupancy. So if I owed, let's say I had a charge of $6,000, you would pay in 6 installments, one on the occupancy, so I'd pay $1,000, and then each anniversary I paid $1,000, so 1/6 of the contribution. So that would be for your rental or institutional. If you're a nonprofit housing, so you were registered nonprofit housing development, you could pay over 20 years or 21 payments. 2 additional things that they provided for was if you received the site plan, the development charges would be frozen as of the day that you accept that completed applications. And a similar requirement for zoning bylaw amendments. Now, all of these things can be adjusted for year after year. There you can apply a level of interest to them, so at least they're staying current with increased costs as a result of interest. Now, I might mention that with the site plan and the zoning, that freezing stays in place, so the frozen rates stay in place until 2 years after the approval of that application. So if I made the application a couple of years ago and today you approve my application, I have 2 years to pull the building permit and get that development going. If I don't get it going, then that benefit of having the frozen charges, that goes away and I pay whatever is there in effect at the time of my building permit. Bill 197 is the one that made the considerable changes, and basically it dropped the eligible services municipalities provide down to 20. So we were able, through discussions with the province, to lever it up from 8 services back up to 20 eligible services. As well as part of that, there used to be this mandatory 10% deduction for the softer services, so parks, recreation, libraries. That's been removed now. And then we did have some restrictions on how far out we could go in our planning horizon. So only the harder services like water, wastewater, storm, roads, police, fire, we could go past the 10-year planning horizon. That's been removed now as well. So there's been some adjustments that have actually been positive for municipalities, some that haven't been as positive. So I guess if everybody isn't happy with it, then I guess that's what people define as a success. So those are the changes that we're dealing with now. Now, Bill 213 was an afterthought, and they came back in and said they wanted to exempt universities. So that was dropped in at the end of 2020. Next slide. You can see these are now your eligible services that can be considered, so that we would, if you're providing these services, you're a separated city, obviously, you provide many or most of these services, they can all be included as part of the DC. But there could be certain things that you know, you would like to fund. Let's say municipal parking, maybe in the downtown, or maybe you've got some type of cultural development. They can't be funded. They are outside of what we can fund in the DC. Next slide, please. Very simply, like the Development Charges Act has over 70 some odd clauses and many sub-clauses. We have a regulation that backs it up, and then there's been about 170 OMB, OLT cases that actually guide us on how to do these calculations. But in very simple form, what the legislation is trying to lay out is it says, identify the amount, type, and location of growth. So how much is residential, how much non-residential over certain time horizons, the type, which is res, non-res, and then the location. And that information helps us to sit down with staff and identify servicing needs for that growth that's occurring. That's item 2. What do we need to service? Do we need to extend water mains out, sewers, pumping stations, put in parkland, etc.? And then with that, what are the capital costs that we would identify? From those costs, there's the number of deductions that we make that are mandatory, and we get to the bottom, and after those deductions, and we have a net cost, which we must allocate between residential and non-residential growth, and basically divide it by number 1, the amount of growth that we were identifying, and we come up with the charges. So fairly straightforward at a high level. Next slide. And then just graphically, identify the infrastructure or the infrastructure that would benefit the development, divide it by the growth, and come up with the charges. The residential charges are normally expressed on low, medium, high density. And the non-residential is expressed on a cost per square foot. So if we charge $1 for a non-residential development charge, I got a $5,000 square foot building, 5,000 times $1, I pay 5,000. If I have 100,000, it's the same math, I pay $100,000. Next slide. As we go through, obviously there's always things that all councils must consider as part of this process. As we move forward with growth, there's going to be the need to service that growth with many different types of services. Water, wastewater, roads, storm sewers, parks, recreation, etc. Development charges are not mandatory, but if you don't collect, then all of those costs fall to the right-hand side, and they're paid for by property taxes, through your water and your wastewater reserve rates. Maybe you've set aside some reserves, so you'd have to dig into them in order to fund it. The development charges helps you finance that infrastructure to accommodate growth. It will not pay for 100%. Probably the Act allows you to collect maybe about 70, 75%, maybe 80% for certain municipalities of the growth-related costs, but it will not recover all of the costs that you need to service growth. So this is your choice. We can have a development charge. You can make refinements to it, make exemptions, but anything that you don't collect on the left-hand side moves over to the right-hand side and has to be funded as part of your annual budgets. Next slide. So the current charges that you have, you can see that you've got the 5 different services. So services related to a highway is your roads. You got fire, parks and rec, growth studies, and then provincial offenses. So in total, for a single detached, you've got a charge of about $7,380. So then there's, you can see as we move to smaller and smaller units, the development charge reduces, so that for apartments, basically, you're a little over $5,000. On the non-residential, you're about $2.29 per square foot. Now, in addition to this, there is an impost fee that you charge. So the impost fee is, in essence, to stand in the shoes of a development charge to some extent. You've done this historically, and it's approaching $5,000. So if you total the two of them together, a single detached charge, you'd be looking at roughly about $12,000 a unit. And you can see on the non-residential side, there is the similar types of impost fees for water and wastewater. Next slide, please. The province, in its wisdom, set out mandatory exemptions. So in these cases, you may not impose a charge. So the local government sector is exempt. If you're in a 2-tier system, the lower tier and the upper tier can't charge each other for any buildings they construct. And then school boards, they can't charge the municipalities, but you can't charge school boards for any schools that they may construct. So there's kind of that exemption for the local entities. Industrial buildings, if you have existing buildings, you can expand by 50% and not have to pay the charge. If you're in excess of that, let's say 75% expansion, then I'd only pay on the increment that exceeds the 50%. If you got a single family home, you can add 2 additional apartments, and as long as you don't double the size of the original home, then no charges are imposed. And if you're in medium and high density units, you can add 1 additional unit. Now, there's new provision. This second to last bullet is basically for the provinces allowing units to be built, additional units or ancillary units. So if I'm the additional unit, let's say, is I'm applying for a single family home and I want to put an apartment in the basement, I can, as of right, put the apartment in the basement and I don't have to pay the charge. Prior to these legislative changes, you would pay for the single as well as the apartment. Now the apartment is exempted. Ancillary dwellings are, let's say if you have a detached garage and you want to put an apartment in there, or a workshop or a pool house, you can put an additional unit in there. And then there's, as I've noted earlier, there's a mandatory exemption for universities. Next slide. The Act does allow you as a council to make decisions to provide further exemptions to certain types, either a class or a type of development. A class of development would be industrial, a type may be place of worship. So you can either exempt them wholly, reduce the charge by, let's say, 50%, or impose the full charge. I mean, you have some discretion. If the charge is going up considerably, you're also allowed, you can phase it in over time and step it up, you know, at a certain amount per year. And then the last item just talks about redevelopment credits, which is basically to recognize if let's say a developer knocks down 3 single-family homes and decides to put up 10 townhouse units, that redevelopment credit would say, okay, you're gonna pay 10 times the townhouse charge, subtract 3 times the single-family rate, and the net amount is what you pay. Now that's the only exemption that you don't have to fund, so you don't have to step in and fund the redevelopment credits, the amount that's exempted. The other ones which are identified above, once again, you're not receiving the revenue, so there's going to be a loss. You need to consider how that revenue loss would be funded. So currently, what we have is buildings and structures for hospitals as well as bona fide farms. Those are the developments that we would include right now for discretionary exemptions. Next slide. The growth forecast looks at, we've looked at some services over 10 years, some of 20, and some at a build-out rate. And you can see over 10 years, we look at about almost 800 units, translating into about 1,500 people. Over the longer term, about 1,100 units, so that's about 2,200 people. And then over the longer term, over 2,000 units, and that's about 4,300 people. Correspondingly, we've looked at the non-residential development, and you can see the corresponding square footage estimates that we provided over those time horizons. Next slide, please. Looking at the residential, you can see that the black represents the, on the left-hand side, represents the level of building activity you had in the past, the red line being your average. And then you can see for the forecast, we're looking at a slightly higher level of activity. The dark blue is the singles, the medium blue is the medium density, and then the orange is your high density developments. Next slide. These are the services that we've included. You can see similar services that you've had, and we've rolled in the impost fees for the water and the wastewater services. Now, just as on the right-hand side, you see we've called something classes of services, and that's a unique thing that the province did. For the most part, I would say don't worry about it. It's just a mechanical thing that Byron and myself have to do, in that if there's more than one service, like a public works may be servicing, you've got your water vehicles and equipment, your wastewater, your roads equipment. If there's more than one service, we have to kind of combine it and call it a class of service. So some of the studies fall into that type of definition, as well as some of your facilities like your public works. So as I say, at the end of the day, it's nothing to be of any consequence. It's just some extra hoops that we have to go through in the calculations. Next slide. The proposed charges, as you can see, are identified here. The soft services are generally in the same order of magnitude that we talked about before. If you look at the singles, we're talking about $7,700 for a single detached unit. However, with the water and the wastewater, the amount of infrastructure, the increased cost these days, we're looking at almost $13,000 for the water and the wastewater. So if you're outside of the area where you're getting municipal water and sewer, then you'd just be paying the $7,700. If you're within the urbanized area where you're receiving all services, it would be a little over $20,000. Now, if you take a look, we've added a couple more categories on the residential. We've got the singles and semis, multiples, which are medium density. And then we've given you 3 different sized units. Larger units, two bedrooms and larger. Apartments, which is basically one bedroom or more of a studio. or special care units, which are more like the retirement homes or the Chartwell type of retirement homes, which we've been seeing being undertaken quite a bit these days. So we've provided a special charge because the occupancy, the number of people in those units are obviously much smaller. And then we provided the non-residential charge, which on the soft service side is a little bit higher, at almost $3.50. And then we've got another $6.50 for the water and the wastewater, totaling about almost $10 a square foot. Next slide. This just provides a comparison of the charges. As you can see on the top, those the softer services. So we've gone from $7,400 to $77,000, so there's not much of a change. Where we do see a larger change, a change is the charge for the impost fee, going from a combined $4,800 up to almost $13,000. And then on the non-residential, similar type of chart being presented. The combined charge on the water and the wastewater is roughly 89 cents. You can see that we'd be identifying in and around $6.50 per square foot. So that's the sizable increase in the non-residential charge. Next slide, please. We've provided a comparison of a number of municipalities, for the most part, coming along the 400 corridor. You see the highest charges right now along that corridor are Coburg, and the charge would be in the range of about $35,000. Now, just to point out, some municipalities have education charges, so the Board of Education is allowed to impose the charge. That happens in your situation. It's that very small green. And then where there's upper and lower tier charges, we've segregated those, and we've tried to highlight the water, wastewater with the urban versus the municipal. So looking at it, as you can see, there's a number of municipalities currently are at the lower end of the survey. The proposed charges would basically put you into the middle at just over $20,000. Next slide. The non-residential, for commercial, you can see currently you're at the low end of the charges. Once again, the proposed charges would put you in the middle. Prince Edward County is in the range of about $38 a square foot, so it's the most significant, dropping quickly to $20 for Kingston, and then ranging in the range of about $15 for a number of municipalities. Next slide, please. The non-residential, little bit very similar, but a little bit different. Some municipalities seek to provide a bit of a discount for their industrial, but you can see you're moving from the low end upwards to just left of the middle. And next slide, please. So that completes my my presentation, Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions. As I've noted, we'd be seeking Council's consideration of the bylaw in second week of September.
Thank you, Mr. Scanlon. Any questions directed to Mr. Scanlon from Council? Go ahead, Councillor McCormack, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a clarification on the growth forecast summary. The net 10-year, 1,506. That's the anticipated population growth through attrition and all that?
Through the chair, yes. When we're looking at the growth forecast, there's two components. We take a look at the building activity in the residential units, and then also there's a natural thing that happens, which is a decline in your existing homes. For example, I built my home 20 years ago. I've got 3 kids. At the end of 20 years, they're not here anymore. I've been fortunate enough to get them to leave the nest. So as the homes age, there's this natural decline that occurs. So we look at the occupancy in the new units, and take a look at the new growth associated with that, but also consider the fact that, similar to my house, over time, we'll see a natural decline occurring in some of the older homes.
Thank
So
you. And
that's
Yep.
been included.
Thank you, and just a comment here, calculated DC rates. It's just interesting that we still talk about rural and urban. Thank you.
And with Mr. Scanlon in particular.
Absolutely.
Anything else from council, please? Go ahead, Councillor Johnson, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Also with regards to the growth forecast, the chart that you provided shows no change in the number of people that we're having in our community from 2022 to 2035. We are expecting a population update from the county with regards to their growth projections in mid-September. Do you think that data would impact your information on this chart at all?
A very good question, Councillor. So through the chair, we've looked at the growth forecast, and we've looked at where the development's occurring. Obviously, if with the new population targets and new employment targets, if it's considerably different, then we could come back and staff would have to take a look at, maybe there's a number of new areas that weren't identified formally for growth, and you'd have to figure out the servicing. You know, do we have to now extend water mains out there, sewers, pumping stations? We have to provide, towers, water towers, parks, etc. So with those updated forecasts, staff would need to turn their minds to what's the servicing. Sometimes you need to employ engineers to perhaps do some master plans for certain services. Other services, maybe staff have based on, council approved policy, targets, they would be able to identify the additional needs. So if something comes out, Councillor, we could certainly have a quick conversation with staff and see what the implications of that are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Kaiser?
Thank you. In your residential survey of DC rates, you referenced the education development charge, but it only applies to 3 municipalities on the slide. I'm wondering about if you have comments as to why it's not been universally adopted. And a second part of the question is, does that represent both boards that have applied charges in our area or just the first one?
Very good question. Number one, it's up to the discretion of the boards whether they choose to impose these charges. There could be a variety of different reasons why they may or they may not. So it's only if the board elects to impose the charge. You can have situations where a board passes one of the maybe the public board chooses to impose it, and the other boards choose not to. So that particular board then would impose the charge across all developments equally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from council? Michael, do you have anything that you wish to add or comment on?
Nothing further, Your Worship. If there are any members of the public in attendance that wish to make any remarks on the proposed charges, we would welcome that at this time.
Is there anyone in attendance in the gallery that is wishing to come forward to make comments on this presentation this evening? Seeing none. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Nice to see you again, Mr. Scanlon.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, no, it is, you're right. And with that, I would look then for a resolution to adjourn the public meeting, please. Moved by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Richardson.
Do we not have to include item 13, or is that a separate public meeting?
Item 13?
I have 13
Through your worship.
presented within public.
If I may, initially, the gentlemen were not going to be able to attend this, so we were gonna have them do this presentation at the end of the meeting. But because they're here now, we don't need it as a separate item.
Okay,
Sorry, just my notes from before the meeting.
okay, no, that's good. Just a little bookkeeping item that we had to switch a lot of things in the agenda. I had a mover and a seconder. Did I get a vote on that?
Not yet.
All in favor of the motion to adjourn the public meeting? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us this evening.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Moving on to 7.1 and 7.2, I would take one single motion to receive the recommendation that the minutes of the regular session of council of June the 28th, as well as the special session of council, only be called special because we normally do not have a meeting in July, that they be adopted as presented. Moved by Councillor Pennell, Deputy Mayor Kaiser. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Correspondence. You have first 8.1.1, correspondence for information for items dated August the 9th. Council's wishes, please.
None received.
To receive, Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor McCormack. If there are no further comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Correspondence for action, Morning Star Mission, temporary road closure request. You have a recommendation that council receive for information asking for temporary road closing of West Street between Baker and Water on Saturday, September the 17th, 2022, from 10 until 5 for Morning Star Mission's 15th annual celebration. And further, that council direct staff to notify all emergency services of this temporary road closing. Council's wishes.
I certainly will support this, but September 17th is Terry Fox Day, and they don't normally have it on Saturday, but are we anticipating road closures in association with that in a similar time frame, and is that something we need to be aware of and consider?
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through your worship, we did receive notification of the Terry Fox run. I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I do know that they indicated they do not need any road closures as part of their event.
And probably many of the people would be attending to both of them, and you're right, it isn't normally on a Saturday. You want to move the staff recommendation then, seconded by Councillor Richardson. No further comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried, thank you. 8.2.2, CN Rail Safety Week. Recommendation that council receive for information the correspondence from CN regarding National Rail Safety Week, and further that council proclaim the week of September the 19th to the 25th to be Rail Safety Week in the town of Greater Napanee. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Norrie, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Education Appreciation Day. We have a recommendation that council receive for information the correspondence from the Ontario Coalition of Better Childcare, and further that council proclaim October 18th, 2022 as Child Care Worker and Early Childhood Education Appreciation Day. Council's wishes. Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Loyalist Parkway Association. Recommendation that council receive for information the correspondence from the Loyalist Parkway Association, and further that council endorse the request for the Ministry of Transportation to review the ferry service and direct staff to send a letter of support to our MPP. Council's wishes.
Should it come from me?
Pardon? Should it come from you is the question? You are the chair of the Loyalist Parkway.
That's correct, your worship, but should it come from me to make a motion that we support with the municipality as well?
Sure.
All right,
Sure.
I make the motion.
No problem with that, Madam Clerk? No. Moved by Councillor McCormack, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. Comments?
Yeah, in the strongest terms, I support it. It's abysmal communication from the province on this. According to the letter, no response to attempts to communicate. This is an obvious failing on the provincial government to provide a long-standing service without communication, justification, explanation, or otherwise. So I support it and ask us to do this expeditiously.
Thank you. Any further comments? Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship, and I just wanted to also state that when we go to Ottawa, I believe our delegation was approved to
Yes.
speak to the minister regarding this.
Yep, no, you're right. And I want to thank the Loyalist Parkway. Certainly, Councillor McCormack, I know that you've been leading the charge on this. Your residents and the ones on the other side know how much that we're affected by it. And I know that you've been trying to chase down answers from MTO probably for the last year and a half without much success. So maybe we can get some traction at AMO, I hope. But thank you for all your work and effort in this.
Thank you, Worship.
I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. There is no unfinished business this evening. We'll move on to, as long as I'm still on the right page, committee reports. 10.1, Waste and Diversion Committee, that we note and receive the minutes from May the 12th and June the 22nd. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Any comments or questions on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. 10.2, Community Development Advisory Committee. You have a recommendation to note and receive the Community Development Advisory Committee minutes for May the 12th. Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Any comments or questions on those? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Municipal Arts and Culture Committee, you also have a recommendation there to note and receive the Municipal Arts and Culture Committee minutes for May the 3rd, 2022. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor Norrie. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. We'll move on to activity reports. 11.1, Community and Corporate Affairs. Any questions directed to Mr. Zatterberg on this report that's come forward? Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just briefly, will we or can we at some point get any more information with respect to the hometown market? I thought maybe there might have been something on this report, but I don't see it unless I've missed it. Or is there anything more to speak about? I don't know.
I can bring a report forward, or I can put something in the activity report if you want. I did send correspondence out to council at the time, but if you want some of that to be in a report, that can be done.
I'm just thinking we garnered a lot of attention over it, and other than the email we got the night before and then the press release the day of, I'd just like to know is there anywhere to go with it, or can we go with it anywhere? So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else on the report? I know that I've been questioned about the bus service that we are trying to get up and going with Loyalist Township, and I know it's been rather an arduous and long sort of way to get around it because of the grants, because of COVID, because of a lot of things. Can you give us a further update as to where we sit on that? I guess, yeah, Annie, if you'd come forward just to speak to it, and then I think people, we can maybe help some people find out just where we are in it, please and thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So since completing the activity report update, the RFP has been reviewed by Loyalist Township staff. My contact with Loyalist Township has been working on clauses to add to the document from in contact with Kingston Transit. We've also been working on a transfer agreement with the CCT to Kingston Transit. Unfortunately, the manager of the CAT Center has retired. And the replacement will not be hired until mid-August, so we need to obtain an agreement with them to offload riders at the Kingston Transit transfer point. So we must wait for the replacement to be hired, so that is one delay. We've also received notification from Kathy Wood that the EOLC will work to fine-tune some of our proposal, but it sounds like the funding will be provided after a couple minor tweaks and some alternate ideas.
Okay. And the EOLC is?
Eastern Ontario Leadership Council.
That's right, which is part of the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. Just, we get all these short forms and we're never just sure who we're talking about. Thanks very much, Annie. Any further questions? Go ahead, please, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Annie, just before you step aside, I wanted to say thank you for the banners in the downtown highlighting some of the reasons that we feel that Greater Napanee is great. So if you're driving through the community, it's something new and something interesting to just remind you of why we live here.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it along to staff.
Thank you. I'll move on to emergency services. Any comments or questions directed to the chief on this, please? Seeing none, financial services. Anything for Paul this evening to do with his report? I know he has a report further on in the agenda. Seeing none, growth and expansion services. Any questions for Michael on his activity report? Infrastructure services. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to make a statement to the people at home that are watching or listening, is that in this report, it states that the Oliver Side Road Bridge should be completed August the 12th, weather permitting. So that's a little update on that.
Good. Thank you. Anything further? Seeing nothing, I need a motion to note and receive all the activity reports, agenda items 11.1 through 11.6.
11.6 we haven't heard yet.
Pardon?
11.6 we haven't heard.
Oh, I keep forgetting that because you put the little note. My fault. You'd think I'd learn. Go ahead, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to skip over you.
Any questions?
Any questions of Madam Clerk with your report? Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the clerk, Madam Clerk. It says in here that under bylaw enforcement, that there's been complaints regarding tobacco smoking and cannabis near entrances, and it's been noted that the KFLNA tobacco enforcement has not been sworn in to enforce the bylaw 2003-0005. I'm just wondering if this is going to be done soon and what. Maybe an update on it.
Through your worship, I will ask, since she's here, I'll ask Aggie to speak to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just noted that because we got a complaint regarding smoking near entrances, when I contacted KFLA Public Health, they were not sworn in. They had no record of any recent past history of smoking near entrance complaints. So I don't know if it's a pressing issue, but we can get them sworn in, as I think it should be proper.
Yeah, I believe that it's an Ontario law, so we should have that.
So it's actually not under the Ontario provincial regulations or legislation. It's left up to the municipality to decide for storefront entrances.
Well, you learned so. Okay, thanks. I'd like to have it done.
Thanks. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. Sorry.
Sorry.
Before you run. Thank you, Mayor. If this is the process that we're going to take moving forward, can you also then prepare a release so that people in the public know how they can take a complaint forward? Because we currently don't have, as you said, a process for that in place.
Yes, of course. If something does change with our process, it's normally good practice to tell everybody how it's supposed to be done going forward. So that's not a problem putting out a release.
Thank you very much.
So don't go anywhere for a second, please. So with what Councillor Pennell had brought up, so if you smoke within, is it 10 meters of a public building? Is it any building or is it a public building?
So it could be any building. We have a
Okay.
bylaw in place for smoking near entrances of municipal buildings, but we have
Okay.
no bylaw in place for general storefronts.
Okay, all right, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure if this is I see in the bylaw enforcement, there's a mention about the Center Street boat launch. I'm not sure if Councillor Pennell wanted to bring us up to date on something that you witnessed.
Yeah, okay, just bring this up that I was driving from the southern area doing some work, and I noticed that there's a bylaw officer at the H. Langford School probably looking at the grass cutting complaint that was recently put in a very timely manner. I was then continuing to drive. I received a phone call of a complaint that there was many motorcycles parked against the center wall in the parking area. So as I was driving in, I went down there and I saw it. I actually have a picture of it. And here comes bylaw. And I thought, oh, this is fantastic. You know, here they come and they come down to see it. And nothing was done. They left. I then followed bylaw to see where they were going and see maybe they were coming back to the office or not. And they didn't. They went. And I was able to speak to the officer. And she said that it was officer discretion, that that could have turned out bad. They were just motorcycles, and they were all breaking the law that we are having a hard time with. It's settling down, but I did have to explain after a complaint why they weren't ticketed. So that's that. So no need to respond.
You said no need to respond?
That's right.
Okay, thanks, Aggie.
Your Worship.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
Go
since
ahead.
I brought it up, I'd just like to further comment. To me, if this is Frontenac bylaw that we're paying, and an officer decides that for whatever reason, she doesn't feel that it's her job to get out of the vehicle and go and speak to the people that are not parked where they're supposed to park. If she felt intimidated, then she should have called for backup. And this really annoys me, because we hire these people, they have the powers to be able to address this, and the Center Street boat launch has been an issue. And if you have tourists, motorcycles, it doesn't matter who they are. That officer, to me, it's somewhat neglect of duty to have a look and then just drive off and tell a council member that it's officer discretion. That really, really rubs me the wrong way. So I want to make that point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to call for a motion to note and receive all activity reports, agenda items 11.1 through 11.6. Councillor Pennell, Councillor Richardson, all in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. So now we're moving 12.6 to start off in front of 12.1. So this is the legislative services ATV bylaw review. So, sorry, I don't think you were in the room when we moved all this, Aggie. So you do have the report before you. Aggie, is there anything that you wish to speak to before we get into a discussion, please?
I have nothing to add, Your Worship, but as you noted earlier, we have 2 members of our local OPP detachment, including our traffic management officer and a staff sergeant here with us to field any questions that I may be unable to answer.
So I'm going to do what, I'm going to start this off the way that we should do it, which is, let's get a motion on the book. So you do have a recommendation that council receive for information the Legislative Services ATV bylaw update report, and further that council provide any additional direction regarding the draft bylaw as presented, and further that staff be directed to bring an updated ATV bylaw to the next meeting for adoption. So I'm going to ask somebody to move that and second it, and then we'll discuss it.
So it's not really clear what the direction is in that
It
motion,
isn't, but we're
I'm
gonna-
gonna tidy it up as I make the motion.
Okay?
That we consider scenario A which there's a map there showing a few red roads that would be restricted for travel along, but the travel perpendicular across would be permitted. And I think that's enough direction for that to bring an updated bylaw to a future meeting, next meeting, whatever.
Madam Clerk, did you get what you needed there?
Yes, I did, Your Worship, and that is the direction we were looking for, was scenario A versus scenario B, so
Okay.
thank you.
I need a seconder for that. Go ahead. Councillor Norrie seconds that. Okay, who would like to start the conversation as to why? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So, a few of us met with a few members of the local constabulary and our bylaw and our clerk and discussed this with some members of the local Napanee ATV club. We then met a second time to discuss it further. The ATV club proposed part of what you see in scenario A, and in our later meeting about a month ago, we added to it, to what you have there now. The part of 41 that crosses under the 401 is MTO jurisdiction. We can't speak for that, so we left that closed to ATV travel. We did allow for crossing the river at both County Road 2 and County Road 8. Or maybe it's called Center Street right there, you know where I mean. But Palace Road from County Road 2 to the 401 was off limits. And as was going up from Palace Road on County Road 8 South to past the public school, past the golf course. So otherwise, ATVs could be used. You know, the idea is primarily to allow access to trails north and south, and the other part of it would be for snow removal in the wintertime. We were cautioned, and I'm going to say this in recognition of the OPP officers that are in attendance, we were cautioned that this is going to open up enforcement to the Highway Traffic Act for all these ATVs, which to a large extent was welcomed. I mean, I think the ATV drivers that were represented at our meetings were pretty law-abiding. They're plated, they're insured, they're wearing helmets, they're operating in a safe manner. So I think in the most case that shouldn't be a problem, but there may be some hiccups and bumps, and I think we will, as is and should be the case, be wanting to review this bylaw in about a year's time to see how things have gone. And I'll leave it in case any of the other members want to comment.
Go ahead, Terry. Councillor Richardson.
And I think Max covered it very well. I mean, what it does is it also rectifies the problem with the snow removal or using them for, with carts for grass clippings or sticks and stuff like that. So it keeps it very simple. It keeps it very easy. And with the restrictions that we all have with the long stretches of road, also consistent with the bylaw that the County of Lennox and Addington has as well, which covers off Dundas Street and Center Street. I think it's very workable. So,
Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm going to go the other route, and I'm going to say that, first of all, we need to have a lot of public consultation on this. As we see, we need to hear from the public on this. I'm not quite sure. I know that you were sitting in meetings and had representations of the ATV club, but that's just a club. What about the other people that don't belong to that club? And I'm just fearful of somebody owns a house and they have quiet enjoyment, and ATVs are ripping up and down with modified, with possibly modified mufflers or whatever. I'm thinking if we were to look at B, there's a way to get from north to south if they want to be going ride trails, and if you're out for a ride, then it just makes for a little bit of a longer one, but it's still a trail to get there. That's my thoughts on this. I understand that this is a two-part issue. We've had questions to ask about snow removal and such, and I did have a conversation with an officer, and he mentioned that they would look the other way, and I understand that that's fine for now, but would that always be the case? it's a tough one unless it's in writing, I understand this. But I also think too that we have to look after the other residents that don't have ATVs. And if you look at the map of how much green there is downtown, and even out into the Westbridge Estates and stuff like this, I'm thinking that B is better. And also, I did learn, because I thought maybe there was a problem on the map, if anyone is looking at this, I should know the area a little bit better, that there's a gap off of, is it 18 and County Road 1, because that's actually Stone Mills, so that's why it's not colored in, and now we know that. So anyway, that's what I have to say for now. Thanks.
Go ahead, Councillor Norrie.
Yes, Mike. First of all, I can disagree about the mufflers because there's motorcycles and that, and where do you draw the line? It's okay for them to be no baffles, and so, I mean, that's just an enforcement issue. A lot of this area is the ward I represent. I've talked to a lot of people. Majority don't seem to have a problem as long as they obey the laws. There's all these other strange vehicles out there like slingshots and, I don't know, those three-wheel things and all that are going all around. And again, modified, so if they obey the law, it's fine. But the people in Ward 4, the ones I spoke to, don't have an issue with it.
Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I see one of the great benefits of this is that we are also enabling the police to be able to enforce helmet laws and licensing. There's nothing more frightening than to see somebody racing down the shoulder of a road with a child on the back and nobody has helmets on, but they're going as fast as they can because they're trying to go before they get caught.
If I may, Your Worship?
Certainly.
The OPP already have the ability to enforce that based on our bylaw or not. So they actually have it under the provincial offenses, or not the provincial offenses, but the Highway Traffic Act and the Off-Road Vehicles Act. The only thing this will change is by default, the Off-Road Vehicles Act says that the off-road vehicles are not allowed on any municipal highways unless a bylaw has been passed to allow the use. That's all this is going for, is to suggest increased use or prohibited use. This is not affecting the OPP enforcement. However, you might want to hear from the OPP in case this does affect their day-to-day enforcement duties, as I could see an increase in off-road vehicle traffic.
And I don't think that's a bad idea for all of council and probably the people that are at home to hear what the OPP can see as either benefits or whatever. But I want to ask a couple of questions. Please come up and sit down. To operate an ATV side by side, whatever you want to call it right now, do you have to be a licensed driver?
Your Worship, Constable Woodburn, the Traffic Management Officer for LNA County.
Yep.
To operate an ATV or side-by-side off-road vehicle off of your property, the vehicle has to be properly plated and licensed. The vehicle must be insured. The operator must be a minimum of a G2 or M2 class license or higher.
Yep.
And they must be wearing a approved DOT or Snell helmet. Okay. If it's a side-by-side, it must be equipped with seatbelt restraints and a roll cage, and they must be occupying seat-belted locations. That includes a lap and a torso belt. Okay. No, that's for the people that are listening at home and everybody else that aren't familiar with ATVs. You have a question?
Yeah, I thought additional information that's appropriate at that time are the speed regulations, because in different speed zones, they have different speed regulations that go with them. Could you comment on that too, please?
Yes, so Your Worship, the speed limits for ATVs or off-road vehicles being operated on a highway, if the posted speed limit is 50 kilometers per hour or less, the ATV or off-road vehicle can be only operated at a maximum speed of 20 kilometers per hour. If the highway is posted at 80 kilometers per hour or higher, then they can operate up to 50 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
Some additional restrictions that council should be aware of. If it is an ATV that is being operated, it has to be operated in accordance with the manufacturer's specifications. In that particular case, if it's designed for one person, only one person can be seated on the ATV. That means you can't have an aftermarket add-on seat and place a second person on an ATV that was intended for one individual. It has to be specifically specified that it can be operated for 2 or 3 people on that particular ATV. There's also a restriction of no passengers under the age of 8 years of age.
Could be a bit of a communications nightmare, but, we have 2 people sitting here that have done a lot of work on this and expert advice. So council, if you have questions or comments, now is the time to do it. Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. I'm just looking at both of these maps, and I noticed that 41 is red on both. I believe that's because the county has a bylaw that doesn't allow that. So therefore, for quick access, once they cross over our bridge, so that's still 41 at the river, they cross over that, then they're gonna have to go through the side roads in town to get out. Is that right?
If I may, Your Worship?
Certainly.
That is only read and prohibited in our current bylaw, as the county has matched what our bylaw said initially, which was had those roads prohibited any county jurisdiction.
And through your worship, if I may add a further clarification, the reason it's red there on 41 is because that is where the access on and off the 401 is, and we can't allow ATVs in that underpass. And that's why it's on both maps. The county will actually need to pass their own bylaw in order for this, whatever is adopted here by council, to be valid because of the number of county roads that are affected.
Okay, so sorry if I just have a clarification, then this map could change then. If I'm looking at scenario A as the motion is on the table, if I'm looking at that, then the red on 41, which is right from the bridge, so Dundas Street up to, let's say, Industrial, that can be traveled on 41? No?
Oh.
Even
Sorry,
more?
I could be wrong.
Through your worship, no, it is proposed that is, anything on red is where they're still not going to be allowed. Right now, we are closer to the scenario B. The boundaries just aren't very clearly defined in our bylaw. So B would be closer to status quo, just with some clearer definition on where exactly those boundaries for the urban area are. And A would be to loosen that up, but still maintain some restriction on specific roads.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Richardson, were you wishing to speak?
No, I was just going to just support the
Okay.
fact that it's a county bylaw with respect to 41
okay.
Highway Center Street, so.
Yeah, you're just nodding your head then?
Yes.
Okay, there are quite a few people doing that, yeah.
And just
Go
an
ahead,
additional
Deputy Mayor.
piece, county staff commented to us that they would recommend to county council to echo our bylaw once we adopted it. So if we adopted this bylaw, the recommendation from the staff would just be to match it, so they wouldn't get in the way of it, if you will.
Would county be as flexible as with the election signs? Any chance? Would they adopt or at least change?
Let's not go there, sorry. Nice try.
Sorry, we have lots of-
Nice try, Councillor Pennell. Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Thank
You can
Mayor.
drag them behind your ATV though, okay? Go ahead,
Now you
Councillor
started
Johnson.
it. Thank you, Mayor. If I may ask the OPP a question, please. I didn't realize that ATVs were subjected to a slower speed limit on the roads than cars are. So would it be, where would you recommend that they drive? Should they be driving on a shoulder of the road, or can they drive in the middle of the road if they are driving this much slower than regular traffic? And I can see how very quickly this will become a nightmare.
The Ontario regulation requires the ATVs to be driven on the shoulder as close as possible or parallel to the fog line off of the roadway surface. If this is not possible, then they are going to be driven on the roadway surface as close as possible to the fog line on the right-hand side of the lane. As you are realizing, a lot of the surface streets within the town of Greater Napanee, the old town of Napanee proper, are curbed and guttered, and there is not an option for ATVs to ride on the shoulder. They will be in the lane. Your ATVs average in size about 1.2 to 1.6 meters in width. Your average lane width for traffic, Center Street being a little bit more of an exception in that it's wider, is 3.2 to 3.4 meters wide per lane. Most streets run in the area of about 2.9 meters wide. Long story short, basically the ATV will take up more than half of the lane and obstruct traffic at its slower speed, thereby impeding the passage of traffic.
Okay,
Thank you.
go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. This is completely unrelated, but I got a question for Scotty. I was sitting at an intersection at Center Street and River Road, and a lad went through the intersection. He's riding, I don't even know what it is. It looks like a skateboard with one wheel in the middle of it, but it's got a headlight on it. What in Lord's name is that, and how does that fall within the Highway Traffic Act?
It's a one wheel. It is a less than regulated speed vehicle. So it doesn't meet a whole lot of requirements or needs for meeting the Highway Traffic Act. I would have to research specifically to find out where it comes back and get an answer back to you.
And I just thought of it because I looked and I thought, what in Lord is this thing? And he's going down, obviously, Center Street in the lane, the driving lane, but it's got a headlight on it. So I'm not sure where that falls into things in life, but
The headlights at the bottom of it?
it's right on the front of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks, Scotty. Appreciate it.
There are a number of alternative transport vehicles that are observed regularly within the town of Napanee. There's a gentleman that lives at the Maple Leaf retirement apartments. He drives a three-wheeled mobility scooter. He has specifically researched and purchased that out of the US. I've stopped and had a conversation with him. It is a mobility scooter. You'd look at it and you'd think you're watching one of the old style three-wheel ATVs, just based on its abilities and what it can do. But because it is a mobility scooter, it doesn't fall within the requirements of the Highway Traffic Act for other vehicles. So there are a number of them out there.
They don't go quite as fast as an ATV, I wouldn't think either. Council? I'm going to just make one comment here. I'm, as much as I would love to see the freedom, I am a little suspect of it going and not causing some problems. I certainly agree with what Councillor Norrie says in that where I live, motorcycles and cars are just as noisy as what some of these ATVs are. But to what Councillor Pennell had mentioned, I guess, do we put this out to a public meeting? How far does it go out in the public forum? We need to gather more information. So I guess we have something on the floor right now to vote on, but once we get that voted on, what's the process from there?
Through your worship, if the motion is approved, staff would take that direction and bring a bylaw to September 13th meeting. We could certainly issue some public notice about the bylaw so that if there are significant objections from the community, those can come in time before that meeting to be reviewed, and council, by approving the motion on the floor, would not have committed to changing the bylaw. You would still have September 13th meeting to decide.
Because even with it being in this, I've certainly had some action from people asking me about it, and before anybody tries to say that I'm against ATVs, we happen to own them ourselves. So go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I wanted to say that this is the second time we've discussed this in open session, so that's the second time it's been out in the public forum. The bylaw brings it a third time. Yeah, there's going to be some ne'er-do-wells and whatnot that are going to get out there and think ATVs are legal, so here we go. But I really don't think it's going to be a colossal problem.
Okay.
We're not, the request that came forward through us was not that ATVs could be used as normal transportation for grocery getting or going out to dinner. It was about trail riding and snow removal and just accessing trails. So I don't think, I think we're over anticipating it. But again, that's why I pointed out that this is an option that we can review this in a year or whatever in the future. If it's becoming a problem, we can turn things around, maybe not smoothly or easily, but we could. So that was the rationale.
Okay, thank you.
Your worship, if I might
Certainly.
just add some information for
Certainly.
council's consideration. We conducted a canvass in East Region of all municipalities under open peer jurisdiction to see what ones do allow or do not allow. We received one response from the Renfrew area that they do allow ATVs within the municipality, within the built-up urban area, except they are restricted off of their main streets.
Right.
I know Bancroft is another location that does allow ATVs in. In their particular case, it makes great economic sense. In their area, they are a much more rural urban area. They are also the intersection of 4 specific trails within the municipality. So again, it makes sense for them from an economic perspective, and it is an expected mode of transport up there. The other options that we see are things like Deserano, where it was opened up, and the huge volume of calls for us to deal with at that location. There are a number of people that use it as their regular mode of transport, despite the fact that it was proposed as a trail access option, but they will use it as their primary mode of transport to go to the post office, to go get groceries, to do their general day-to-day visitations within the town. The increase in the problem individuals is significant because once you open it up, while the intention of council may be as an access for trails, it opens it up for everything, including the off-road motorcycles, the off-road ATVs, the off-road side-by-sides. That becomes wide open at that point because they all fall under the Off-Road Vehicles Act.
What everybody's saying is we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't, is what it is. And it's just a few bad apples that'll ruin it for everyone. Council's wishes here. We can bat this about for a long time. If you want, I just want to make sure there's lots of public consultation that we listen to, that everybody has a chance to do it. But I don't want to slow up the process. As Deputy Mayor Kaiser says, we've been kicking this around for a couple of years.
We have the motion. Would you like to add something about communication in advance of the bylaw consideration in September?
We have to anyway, do we not have to do?
Through your worship, this is not one of the bylaws where it's mandated in your public notice policy, but staff would certainly intend to do that regardless.
I'm satisfied with that.
So you're satisfied with that? Who was the seconder on it?
Councillor Norrie.
Councillor Norrie. Oh, Councillor Norrie, that's right. So,
It's the communications thing that concerns us because of our lack of a communications officer right now.
yeah, I'm sure we will. Okay, I'm going to call the question, but I want to thank both officers for coming in tonight and Aggie for all the work, and certainly the council members and the ATV members that have been part of it, trying to make a decision on this. It's not an easy one. I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, which is including scenario A as presented. Motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming forward. I'm sure that we'll be in touch for more information. And thanks, Aggie. Okay, we'll carry on with staff reports then. CAO performance report Q2 update, please, Mr. Pinson. Do we need lights on in the stairs? We don't want a lawsuit from the OPP.
Do you want the air back
Pardon?
on? Do you want the air back on?
I don't need that. I'm not going to. Am I good to go, Your Worship?
You are
Okay.
good to go, thank you.
So there's a lot of stuff in here. I think there's 21 points. If I took 5 minutes each, we'd be here until midnight, so I won't. What I'd first like to do is thank the senior leadership team and all of staff for doing, I think, that the amount of work that we've done this year. A lot of this stuff is actually coming to you tonight as we get to mid-year review. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of the big items in your strategic plan. You're going to see it. Would like to highlight a couple of things. Strategic plan you'll see tonight a little later on in terms of what we've done so far with that. There's 3 or 4 things in here which talk to service delivery modernization, the future move to 99 Advance Avenue as an administration building. Our focus now, September, October, is starting work, looking forward to 2023, making sure that as we move into a new building, amalgamate some of our services, that service to the residents is paramount in everything that we do. So you'll see that in a lot of things that are in this report. Things you're not seeing a lot of that are percolating away, community safety and well-being plan, I think that's well in hand. Municipal elections seems to be the talk of the town, so that's in hand. Short-term accommodations we're looking at again tonight. A lot of these things are in here. Asset management plan, I know that's getting to a provincial standard around how we manage assets, but it's also ingraining asset management and everything that we do from a business standpoint. I spoke a little bit about modernization of services. We did talk about some of our IT infrastructure, and we will likely be coming back to council in the fall and next year looking at modernization of our finance and our enterprise resource planning systems. We've talked about the fire master plan that we pause at for now. Data management, HR renewal, there's probably more stuff in here on HR renewal than anything else we've done in terms of compensation, in terms of structuring staff, and we'll be furthering that work as we move into an amalgamated building and how that sort of plays out. Facilities review, I think this year we've realized that we have not paid as much attention as we should have in the past around facilities. But I think with the new building, the rationalization of some of the other buildings, that's become a focus of what we do and included in our asset management plan. There have been questions on the transportation plan. I think Annie answered those tonight, and there's some stuff going around in terms of what people are looking for there. The recreation master plan, we've had a fair amount of consultation on that. We have actually synchronized the work of the consultants for the recreation master plan and the strategic plan to make sure that we dovetail that together. The administration building initiation, I know we took a while to get to that. We have done a building condition assessment. That's come back very well. I have said this to staff, and I'll say it publicly. We have a tentative date set for 1 October to move into 99 Advance Avenue. I do not expect to meet that date. You know, we're mid-August, almost September, which is October is around the corner. And the other issues, we want to make sure that we're ready, fully implemented in terms of what our service strategy looks like when we get there. Michael's talked a little bit about the official plan. Brand's talked a little bit about the industrial park fabric in terms of what we're doing with the industrial park with a real estate agent and some of those services. Vehicle rationalization, we've done some work there. I know there's some comments tonight about the downtown boat launch, but I think for all intent and purposes, we've got that one fixed. I know there's the odd thing that pops up, but from staff's perspective, the boat launch is the boat launch. And the wastewater plant, there's ongoing stuff with that. So that's really what we've done. Again, I'd like to take staff. We've been aggressive this year, and it's probably some of the reasons why these meetings have tended to be later than normal, because we've been aggressive in terms of what we wanted to do on a lot of foundational work for council to make sure that we're ready to go for 2023. So again, I'd like to thank staff publicly for everything they have done. And with that, I will stop talking. Paul has a couple of slides. We'll probably get to the financial piece quickly, and then if there are any questions for myself or Paul, we can answer those. Paul's got a very high-level review of our mid-year financials, and realistically, from my standpoint,
The intent of a mid-year review is to make sure that council and residents are aware of anything that would make us change our course in terms of our financial plans at mid-year, and really not dive into details of pluses and minuses all over the place. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you, John. Through you, Madam Mayor. As John had mentioned, pulling the information away from a lot of detail to really come back to council and say, you know, this is how we're doing halfway through the year, and is there anything that's caught our attention that should cause us to change direction, as John said? And at this point, there's not. We've been closely monitoring the implementation of the budget. As you can see, we're roughly on track with the spend up till now, using about 45% of the budget, 50% of the way through the year. We'll probably end up tightening that up towards the end of the year, as there tends to be greater expenses coming through the second half of the year than the first half. So we're projecting out about a 2% increase. We're projecting out to be under budget by about 2%. The one thing to draw attention to, there are a couple of items in the capital budget which are changing with our current economic situation. Later on, we'll talk about the roads, but up front, the audiovisual council chambers, we're looking at it being over by about $10,000. However, it's offset by the council iPad replacement, and then there's a firewall project that's projected together to be under budget by $15,000. So net from those capital administration projects, we're looking at being right on track, but we did want to make sure the council was aware of that. There are some pressures due to current economic situations, as I mentioned before. So we're looking at about a possibility of about 25% increase for the cost of the double surface treatment and single surface treatment, roughly equating to about $220,000, which I believe is a mixture of cost of fuel and then the cost of the asphalt and the materials, which has risen quite drastically. There had been an RFP, which we're on, is it the third or the fourth year from when that was awarded. There hasn't been an increase, even though a lot of the pressures for those contractors has increased in the past. But at this point, they're coming back saying, hey, we need to recoup our costs, so we have to bring it up. So they have held off as much as possible. The large construction contract that was tendered out earlier in the year. And there have been pressures with the rising costs of fuel, which we're looking at about a 2% increase. And that's across the board. I was actually at an online session with the Municipal Finance Officers Association, and every municipality was reporting overages in their capital budget due to the increased cost of construction. So I don't think that is going to become a surprise. And then reserves, there was a out of budget decision to give $35,000 to the senior credit services, and that will come out of the general reserves, and we'll wrap that up at the end of the year. So as we said, at this point, there's nothing within the results so far that would cause us to deviate from our work plan or to make any changes. I'd be happy to take any questions at this point.
Questions of Paul on his report? Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
No, sorry, Your Worship, mine was going to be directed
Okay,
to the
all right.
CAO.
Yep. Either way, thank you.
Just in the mid-year review, it says for 2023 that we're looking at hiring an HR generalist. So I'd just like to know what an HR generalist will be doing over and above what's being done right now.
Which serial is that in? I think that's, through Your Worship to Councillor McCormack, I think that's the HR generalist we've already hired.
Thank you.
Sorry, that's an oversight.
Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Paul. Paul, on the tenders for the Bridge Street and Richard Street, that's anticipated to be over 2%. Aren't they bound by the tender price that they put in?
Paul, could you make sure that you're speaking into the mic so that everybody thank you.
I want to make sure I don't overstep on this. Yes, we can hold them to it. we could also lose the contract.
And sorry, you said we could also lose the contract?
No, if somebody else wants to jump in on that. Again, this contractor has come back. As many contractors have come right across Ontario and said, we cannot fulfill these amounts due to these pressures. We're talking about a $40,000 increase in this. So yeah, you're right. We can hold them to the contract if that's the direction that council wants to give. We can put that pressure on the contractor. And there are long-term consequences that we could face as far as having to do work in the future and working relationships.
I'll help out through your worship. We had a discussion at staff. I know that other municipalities are facing this, as is, I believe, the county. So you have one of two choices. You can say, yeah, you're over budget and we're not going to pay you. The other choice is they don't show up and do the work. So considering the amount of money it was, we wanted to make sure that we did get the work done, but we did proactively report it to council that we would be over in that line item.
Okay. And sorry, because I'm looking at this report and I see double surface treated and single surface treat up to 25% or 220,000, and then it just kind of makes me wonder when I see the next one that says 2%, but there's no price there. And I would have thought that
Through your worship to Councillor Pinal, we've had the discussion, especially with infrastructure and public works, to make sure that we can get this work done to stay within the municipal budget. So there are pressures to and fro that we're going to have to manage internally. But the fact of the matter is, with some of these vendors, if you don't pay them, they're not going to show up. They're going to go somewhere else.
Thank you for that, but I think where I was going with that was that it concerned me, and the reason why I'm talking about it is that, one, you throw out a number 220, which scares me, 220,000, that scares me, and then the second one is 2%, but then I heard that was only 40,000 you were saying?
So it's roughly between $40,000 and $50,000 at 2%, which I believe we do have a contingency on that project, but it is between $40,000 and $50,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for either John or, go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Did you want to answer something?
I was just going
I'm sorry.
to put another point in there. It is our intent to come back to council with a bit of an economic update in terms of what's happening from an inflation standpoint, as well as what is potentially happening or could happen with developments in terms of everything's great when the economy is great and everybody's building. So we want to come back and say, okay, what is happening in the market? I know Paul's getting some information from the Municipal Finance Officers Association. So we would like to give that information to council so that council has a view of what could potentially happen in 2023, and what does CPI look like on the basket of goods that is most appropriate to a municipality, which is, you know, roads, work, cement, asphalt, those types of things.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, you went through that very quickly and very concisely. I just wanted, for the people who are watching, and as Councillor Purnell picked up, there is a comment about the double surface treatment going over by about $220,000. But even including that, we are still projected to be within 2% of the total town budget, correct?
2% of the operating budget, and we're projecting out with the capital budget because there have been a number of other projects that have some savings at this point. As John had mentioned, that we will update council, but we're not anticipating or projecting to be over on the capital budget at this point. But again, we will keep council apprised. Unfortunately, economically, we can't plant a flag and say absolutely without a doubt this is exactly how it's going to happen, because with construction costs, it's become a little too volatile at this point. But we don't, at this point, with these two increases, with those two larger projects, there are a number of other savings or under budget items that at this point we believe may get us very close to being within budget.
If I just may add a point, and it's through your worship to all of council. this is sometimes the challenge at mid-year. You're halfway through the year, there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen. And when you put a couple of numbers out there, then you start, making sure where does this one line up with the next one. Rest assured that we take this very seriously, and if there's anything that we can't manage, and that's why that last statement is in there, that there's nothing in here that would make us deviate from our plans. There are contingencies, there are projects with overages, underages, and it's our responsibility, and we take that very seriously to make sure that we report to council should there be something that would cause council any concerns in terms of management of the overall municipal budget.
Okay, anything further? If not, you have a recommendation before you. The council received for information the performance report, Q2 update, and further that council received this report as a communication piece for the staff and the public to reference the progress to meeting priorities established in the 2022 business plan. Councillor McCormack, Councillor Norrie, if there are no further comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. We've still got a lot of agenda ahead of us. We have been sitting for a long time. Be council's wishes. It's 9:12 if you want to take a 10-minute break. Did I see a yes? Okay, 10 minutes. We'll recess for 10 minutes then.
sorry.
Should we turn this off?
Okay.
That's all right. Just drink.
Okay, we're back from a short recess. We're trying to take some breaks. Everybody's sitting too long. 12.2 CAO Strategic Plan Update. Mr. Pinson, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is pretty much where we're going to be in terms of the broad brushes of the strategic plan. I think the first thing, there might be a couple of pictures in there that are not of Napanee. They're stock photos. Hopefully Nathan made that comment when we sent the report out. Welcome to have any comments in terms of what you see as a mission and vision. Some of those strategic outcomes of those five or six high-level priorities, there's no rocket science in this. I don't think there's any great epiphanies that anybody's found. They tend to be pretty standard across municipalities, but they're the things that we're going to start hanging priorities off of and start working towards budgets and what staff will be working on next year, similar to what I just presented in the mid-year review. So we're open to have any commentary in terms of what that is, but our intent is, for the most part, is to keep working on that and getting towards those priorities for 2023 that would hang off of that and frame how staff is positioned to do work in 2023 and beyond. Happy to take any questions if there's any commentary on the report.
Council, any questions for Mr. Pinson on this report? Seeing none, you do have a recommendation that council receive for information the strategic plan draft plan. Further, that council receive this report and provide any recommended adjustments to the draft plan prior to August 29th. This will provide staff and Optimus SBR ample time to adjust content in advance of the September 13th council meeting, where the final strategic plan document will be presented. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kaiser, seconded by Councillor McCormack. If there are no further comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Community and Corporate Services, Council Compensation Review Report. Thank you, Michael. I'll let you comment on this and see if there are any questions from council, please.
Thank you, Worship. First, I do want to note there are 2 typos that were corrected last week, but they should be corrected now. The first is on page 2 under council remuneration. The stated percentage that's listed, it says stated percentage below market, should be the same as in the chart that immediately follows below. So 36 should be 30, 28 should be 29, and 7 should be 22. And then finally on page 3, bullet 2, the word but should be replaced by the word by. So 2 minor changes there. You have the report. We've discussed it in detail in previous sessions with council, but I thought I wanted to highlight a few points for the public and for council today. We did use a consultant when we gathered the data and when we've consolidated and reviewed the data. That consultant is Mary Ann Love. She is a very respected and very accomplished consultant who has completed numerous reviews for many municipalities. She's worked in municipalities both as a consultant or as an employee her entire career. Her review of the compensation of the local elected officials market and her findings are essentially the Napanee Council is significantly underpaid for the work that they perform. The mayor is 70% of the market rate, the deputy mayor is 71% of the market rate, and councillors are paid at 78% of the market rate. Together, we have 2 recommendations. One is that council vote to adjust to their compensation to the existing market rate. So that is, the mayor would be paid at $45,413 annually. The deputy mayor would be paid at $28,938 annually, and that councillors would be paid $23,816 annually. And that the second recommendation is that these rates be adjusted annually by the same economic adjustment applied to non-union staff within the town of Greater Napanee. That is currently set at 2.25% for 2023. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Council, questions of Michael? Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship. I think I just want to go ahead and make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that council adopt number 2, to increase council's salaries by the same economic adjustment applied to the non-union wage scheduled annually, currently set at 2.25% for 2023, and completely forget about everything else that's on that report.
If I may just make one adjustment.
I'll just get a seconder and then you can do your adjustment. Okay, Councillor Norrie, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Fisher, yeah.
I know I said for 2023, the current rate is 2.25%. My recommendation is that it's for the duration of the next council, so whatever we do for the non-union staff, we also do for council, so that they're aligned. Yeah.
That's perfectly fine, yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I just want to make a couple quick comments, if I might. First, compensation is important because as much as we don't do this to get rich or as a job or, for the remuneration per se, a lot of us have to replace ourselves elsewhere to be here, and I think that's a due consideration. It's also very appropriate to consider it at this time of the term because arguably we're not doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for the next term of council, and for myself, I know I'm not here, and some of you want to be here, but there's no guarantee, so it's a perfect time to consider it, and I want to make sure that that's understood. At the same time, I fully support no significant increase at this time other than just trickling along with the 2.25 as we have. Oh, and there's another typo in the chart just above the recommendations. Frontenac is spelled with an E in the middle of the word. Thank you.
Anything further from council? We do have a mover and a seconder. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you, and thank you for the information, Michael. Yes, so we're going to go 12.5 first, right? I don't know whether we told you about that change or not, Aggie, sorry.
I caught it, but it happened fast.
Okay. Okay, Aggie, go ahead then, please.
I have nothing to add, but I'm available for questions.
Council. You do have, go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. I think we've gone over this. I still don't see any adjustment or any issue as far as the appeal process that goes with respect to the amps. There's no change in this than it was the last time we had the conversation. I still struggle with the process of having what we refer to as a bylaw, but no process to appeal that. A bylaw is not a bylaw unless we have a process to appeal it. And we might as well say what it is it's a tax. So, I mean, I've spoke to a lot of people about it, and there's got to be some process to appeal other than seeing a staff member, then a hired staff member, with the end result of having to get involved in a civil process. So I do think that there are options, especially with respect to the early resolution, with respect to the system that's existent now. What little bit of information I've gleaned so far with respect to the Provincial Offences Act, I think there are some provisions under Section 17 that are on the books that just haven't been enacted yet. Trying to hurry the judicial process up, shall I say. I struggle with the fact that when somebody wants their day in court in front of an independent process, they can't have it, so.
Aggie, did you wish to answer that? Did you wish to make comments from what Councillor Richardson has just said?
From the research that I've done, contacting other municipalities, as I've stated in previous reports, the day in court is largely a perception issue. However, that seems to be resolved once the process has gone through to proven itself. There are some municipalities that have a hearing officer as a volunteer position. However, that would not be decided by us. That would be decided by council.
Okay, thank you. Council's wishes on this. We've got all these bylaws that we're wanting to be brought in. We do need to find a way to try and deal with them. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you,
Did
Worship.
somebody have their hand up over here first?
I'll wait.
Okay, and then I'll let you go last, Terry. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I figured to get the ball rolling, it seems to work well so far tonight. This more proper approach was to make the motion for staff recommendation to endorse option 1. And I'm doing that with the intent that we've been seeking better bylaw enforcement, better bylaw conformance across the municipality for a number of years, and I think this is a tool to get there. I recognize Councillor Richardson's concern, legitimate concern about appeals. There is the civil action that could be taken if it's serious enough that somebody needs to go that way. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. That hopefully it could evolve in the future, but my recommendation, my motion would be staff recommendation option 1.
Can I get a seconder for that before we go any further? Staff recommendation, okay, Councillor Johnson. Okay, further comment would be, I'll go to you, Councillor McCormick, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. Just the way I am, I'm not convinced that this is the right move, and so I can't support it at this point.
Okay, Terry, or Councillor Richardson, go ahead, please.
Thank you, thank you, Worship. Like I say, it just bothers me, the constitutionality of it. We've got actually something come back to us, possibly with respect to another situation where charges weren't laid, but it found its way to council, and the council made a decision, and it's probably going to come back to us again. The whole process would have been rectified if charges would have been laid, restitution asked for in a provincial court setting, and then out of our hands. We're going to see more and more of that, except with this process, there's not even an opportunity to talk to our council. It just really concerns me in the fact that it really pushes the limit of the Constitution. And sure, it's a $50 ticket or a $60 ticket, but the one that may rear its head is up into the thousands. And when you have an offense that could possibly harm somebody financially, being 1,000, because there are opportunity for fines to go up into the $4,000 or $5,000 range with no process in order to appeal that, other than at the mercy of a staff member or a person hired or on contract to deal with that. It really sort of brings the process into disrepute, in my humble opinion. And I just don't think it's fair to our citizens to be subject to that, even though I come from a world where everybody that's charged is guilty. It's just not fair. So I mean, I just can't support it, that's all. With no process to appeal, no process to have your day in court. And sometimes, yes, it is a perception, but it's a perception that's deserved to each citizen in this country. So I just can't support it, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? So the motion that we have, moved and seconded, is that we go with option 1, which is to implement the AMP system and designate the above proposed bylaws as are contained within your report. I'm going to call a question and see where we go from there. All in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion is defeated. Thank you. We will then go on to, and motion is defeated, and I sure hope the courts start to get cleared, so some of these people that have been sitting waiting for a long time, and we're going to leave it at that. 12.4, short-term accommodation licensing updates. You can stay right there, Aggie. Is there anything you wish to add to this report?
No, Your Worship, but I'm available for questions.
Okay. Council? Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
And I apologize, Your Worship, to Aggie, because this is not directed at Aggie. It's just my opinion. So when we first asked to investigate an STA bylaw, it was motivated by the ongoing concerns that the residents of Prince Edward County were having, more specifically Wellington, Bloomfield, as well as Picton. We wanted to be proactive by looking into a bylaw that could be in place before things could potentially get out of hand here in Greater Napanee. The initial request, in my opinion, was to initiate a one-time registration fee of, let's say, $100 or $150 so that the municipality could identify where and how many STAs were operating. And I remember Deputy Mayor Kaiser having traveled in Manitoulin or some area like that. In round figures, they estimated 1,000 STAs. They requested a registration, only 175 registered, and I'm prepared for that because my thought would be you start out with $100 or $150 amount. They're given a certain amount of time to register, and if you don't register after that, it's a $1,500 automatic fine. So our emergency services manage a burn permit program. One can go online or in person to obtain the permit. It's $15. If the emergency services are called to an address for an outdoor fire and find that the owner does not have a burn permit, then they could be subject to a fine. I wanted to see this as being a simple first step to ascertain who's out there. I've had people come to me and they saw the report and they're extremely upset, saying, I've been a model citizen, I have an STA, there's never been a complaint, police have never attended, fire have never attended, the neighbors don't complain, the people that rent are return regular clients, and next door to that person is a place that has had numerous complaints and has not abided by any of the regulations that are set within our bylaws in Greater Napanee. And I have personally not seen any progress whatsoever in the last 3 or 4 years. So my idea about this bylaw is a small nominal amount, give the opportunity to the residents to register. It's not a penalty, because the majority of the people in Greater Napanee that are renting out, in my opinion, are doing a good job, and we're not getting a ton of complaints, because I see the copies that come to all the council members of the complaints, and most of the time they're not STA related. There are other issues, garbage, people camping where they shouldn't be camping, that kind of stuff, you know, damage to town property. So again, I know that I was a party to asking for a fulsome report, and a lot of work has gone into this, but I'm not going to support these $300+ annual fees to be put on to the good citizens of Greater Napanee that are not the problem. And I don't see this as the solution initially. So one more item. If we can register as they do with a burn permit, you show up and there's a fire and you don't have a permit, you're going to get charged or potentially charged. The same with this. You didn't register. It was properly publicized on social media, in the newspaper. Everybody's given a certain amount of time. And if you're operating an STA and there's a problem and complaint and bylaw shows up and you did not register, sorry, but you're gonna get fined accordingly. And that's the motivation, hopefully, that would differ from up in Manitoulin or whatever, is to get people to just say, hey, I understand that there's a concern about what will the town do with the information. We're not gonna know how many times they rent out, or if they do rent out. I have friends that the odd time, maybe once a year, they'll rent out for a weekend or for a week. But that's not the information that we're looking at. So I guess that's about it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to ask Aggie or Jessica or whomever if there was a rationale for the dollar amounts for the registration. Is it because of the requirements to be zoned and building code compliant and all that stuff, that there's going to be some upfront work when people register, that we have to recoup costs for staff time, or is it so is there a justification for those dollar amounts?
Through your worship, I'll take this one. We had some discussion about what those fees should be. Those are what we anticipate would cover our minimum annual costs if we have a software in place to help manage this. They will not cover any staffing cost increases. It would just be to cover that software. And the reason for the two rates is based on the direction that we received the last time this came forward, that where the purpose of the property is entirely for rentals and the owner does not live on the site the majority of the time, they should pay a higher rate. That was the direction we had received from council. It's a budget decision from council if you want to say one-time fee only and then never again. We will still incur those costs every year. You just wouldn't see any revenue coming in.
So if I can follow up then, I would just say that while 350 may seem more than trivial, like not a trivial number, a lot of the properties that I see rented out, there's a couple within a kilometer of where I live that are renting out for $800 a night, or in that neighborhood for some nights. This is one night. This is less than a night that recovers the annual fee. And if that's the sort of, I realize that's different than the 1 week of the year type of person, but for the people who, there's one I'm thinking of, it's their personal cottage, they rent it out about 12 weeks of the year to cover off the cost of their mortgage and insurance and property taxes. They've covered that and then some. So that fee isn't gonna hurt them at all. And they're also likely the ones that are gonna register in the first round because they're that sort of people that will follow the rules. But I didn't have a problem with the numbers when I saw them because they were smaller than I first thought. Because the other part of this whole thing for me is, in my opinion, some of these STAs are displacing housing from long-term housing, and it's putting pressure on housing in the community, and that's another piece of this puzzle that we're trying to address. It's a discussion I had with our MP not too long ago, that the federal government has left municipalities alone to deal with STAs and housing and all the rest of it, and you know, these are one of the very few tools we have. So
If I may, Your Worship, just as a general comment, we've struggled with this, and I know that, I guess the frame around being ready is, how do you put something in place, and if you go with, let's call it a soft registration fee, if it ever got to the point where we had to do something about it, then you'd be ramping something up, right? So it's, how do you deal with the problem now if you want to say it's not really a problem, but how to be prepared to deal with it when it does become a problem? And I think that's where we're sort of caught with in between here, right? So we've come sort of full bore with it based on what a bunch of municipalities do. My experience is you know, nominal fees, to the deputy mayor's point of $100 here and $200 there, doesn't mean anything when you're renting these things out. So it's, how do you go halfway in this and try and do something without having the full force that you're serious about it? So we're happy to take other adjustments to this, but that's the way we're looking at it, is you either do it as if it's a problem or you don't do it. So if there's an in-between that we can take, we're happy to do that.
Oh. No, I'm sorry. No. I'll
If
go
I-
with Councillor Richardson, and then I'll go with Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to concur with Councillor McCormack on this in the fact that our intentions were to regulate these things, especially with respect to how many we have and where they are. My gut feeling on this is that if the law-abiding ones are following the rules and not doing it under the table, then we want to promote that. But it's the ones that we really want to go after are the ones that are flouting the law. And so we can do that through enforcement. I guess there's a lot of good stuff in this report. I guess my concern is where we're not proposing to restrict the numbers or the locations of the STAs. And that, to me, was one of the things that maybe we should look at with respect to our waterfront properties. A lot of the roads that we have out, I know in my ward, there's 3 or 4 houses on the road. And on one case, I know there's at least 2, maybe 3 of the 4 houses are STAs. Obviously, they put the pressures on the septic systems, the wells, the privately maintained roads that are there. So my concern is not proposing to restrict the number. I think we really need to have some system in there to restrict at least some of the numbers, or just to regulate it so we don't have a saturation point of 4 or 5 of these things on the same road. So that's my biggest thing on this, and to focus on the ones that are black marketing it, not focus on the ones that are law-abiding ones. So minimal, small registration fees, whether it's yearly or a one-time shot or once every 5 years, maybe just to regulate it, but to focus as well on the saturation points where we don't have 3 or 4 houses on the same road that are all STAs and beating up the roads and beating up the systems and beating up the wells and stuff like that. So other than that, there's a lot of good stuff in here. We could get into the fine system with respect to the fines. Obviously, we can do it by part 1s, I'm guessing, or we can do it by part 3s, which have a maximum of $5,000. So a part 3 process is a mandated, you have to go to court and see the justice. And the reason for that is that there's larger fines that could be imposed up to $5,000. So as far as the fine process and the, I guess the administrative part of it is, I think that will fall into place, but again, my big concern is the saturation of these things sometimes on some of the streets and roads.
If I may, Your Worship.
Yeah, first let me get to go past 10 o'clock, because this is, okay, Councillor McCormack, Deputy Mayor Kaiser, all in favor of the motion? Motion's carried. Just because I know we're going to get into this and I'll forget to get it. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. This is a bit of a slippery slope, and so one of the issues around when you speak to saturation, zoning, I think Jessica could probably confirm this, that most of these, or Michael could, is that most of these municipalities that have done this are being challenged in terms of how many you can, you can't. And so we're watching to see what happens with those. I guess the other fundamental question, the one we sort of, you almost have to do it all or you don't do anything. So conceptually, the guy that's a black market underground, he ain't gonna pay your $125 fee, right? So to Councillor McCormack's point, the only people who are gonna pay are the honest ones. So that's where this gets tricky in terms of how do you enforce it, when do you enforce it, and realistically, without some kind of a hammer, it's very hard to do. So, you know, we could sort of dip our toes in the water and say, let's do it's not really a taxi license because, there's other rules around that. But if you want to create, a dog license, right? Lots of people have dogs, don't have a dog license. And it's only if they're caught that there's a repercussion to it. So do we implement some sort of a program? Really, it's on a voluntary basis because there's no way to really enforce it if they're underground. But that's the philosophical discussion, right, around how you do it, and the middle ground gets very tricky because most of the guys in the middle ground aren't going to play ball with you.
Go ahead, John.
If I may continue, Your Worship, to follow up on what our CAO just said, going back to the emergency services burn permit, if the bylaw is in place and you did not register and there's a complaint and bylaw attends, and then you're in contravention of the bylaw, and there's a $1,500 fine on the books, that's a hammer. So they might not come out of the woodwork initially, but at least there's some teeth there to be able to use for those that break the law and decide to try and stay underground. And again, I don't see that many complaints coming through. And those that I am aware of, in my opinion, have not been addressed. So it's extremely frustrating for the good citizens that we're now going to ask them to pay for something that they're not the cause. And those that are the underground and the ones that just rebuff everything are not going to be disciplined. So this current proposed bylaw, to me, doesn't take into account either the person that rents out 1 weekend a year or 2 weekends a year and the one that rents out 20 weeks a year. It's the same fee, right? So I don't see that as being fair. And I think this is all premature. We need to work on this longer. I listened to Councillor Pennell earlier about the boat launch and the Frontenac bylaw not doing what I think they're paid to do. I don't know if the clerk will remember, but I put in a complaint through the form a year and a half ago about a vehicle that was parked on a road impeding farm equipment from being able to get down the road, and the response from Frontenac, when I followed up a week later, said, well, it's nothing to do with us, it's not a municipal road. I said, it is a municipal road, and I gave them the road, and I'm not going to identify it tonight. And then Aggie and I had an exchange of an email as well. The complaint went in again for the same person. And unfortunately, I guess the tag in the complaint form was not the proper one, so it took about a week for it to be directed to Aggie. But this is the kind of stuff so that when the farmers say, they're still doing it, they're still parking there, nothing's happening, it's been going on for 10 months, right? So I see this suggested bylaw as way premature. And I go back to what I said initially, I would like to see just a minimal registration fee to give the good citizens an opportunity to register so we would know where they are, and to help them down the road. Say there's a strip of 20 homes and there's already 5 that are renting and they're grandfathered, and the municipality might decide at one point that no more than 30%, right, on one street. Because where I live, I don't want it to turn into half short-term rentals. So I've said enough, but that's why I'm not supporting this.
I'm going to ask a few questions here, whether it's 10, whether it's 250 or whatever. So you're likening it to getting a fire permit. Somebody lights a fire and they don't have a permit. I'm assuming that then a neighbor calls it in, and that immediately sends the crew out. Am I right, Chief, that dispatches a crew? So somebody's having a party at one of these STA, whatever, and so where does that complaint immediately get reacted to for a bylaw officer? It's not the fire department we're sending. How does that get initiated? I'm asking you, trying not to put you, just a second, trying not to put you on the spot, but how do we handle that?
I think as members of council, we all know that usually what happens is that the resident calls you and says that they're at it again.
Just want to make that clear.
Right? And so the member of council then contacts whoever they can get a hold of,
The 1-800
and hopefully get
number.
somebody to
Yeah.
go out there, attend the property, and handle it.
The 1-800 number, okay.
Yeah.
My other question, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, is when we, if we're looking at licensing them, you're saying just registering?
Initially.
Okay, no, I'm just asking a simple question.
Could have another committee in a year from now keep
Yeah.
on working on this, I
Yeah.
don't know.
So if you license them, and I'm going to, because this all started out very innocently with group homes. And do I have a vested interest in this? Yeah, because our family was involved in it. So you have group homes. And in order to control how many there would be within a certain area. That got worked out. But they, through the permitting, and not, I guess maybe it's a different form of government because they had to be inspected. What are the expectations of what these short-term accommodations will meet as far as fire standards, as far as building code, as far as safety, as far as septic tanks, as far as, who's gonna look after all that? For $15?
I'm not suggesting $15.
Okay, no, I'm just, I'm not trying to be argumentative, combative here, maybe it's your turn tonight, but it's just, those are the things that I agree with. We need to look at it in a whole sphere to see what can be done.
I think that the most common complaint would be something like a noise complaint after hours. And we already have the bylaws for that.
But that's the stuff we can, and I don't want to argue with you, John, I don't want to, because I know how close this is to you, but we need to somehow be able to recover some costs. I see where you're going. I think it's premature as well, but to have something in place. I'm going to let Councillor Richardson speak, and then.
Thank you, Worship. It just seems like we're trying to reinvent the wheel here.
Yep.
There are a number of municipalities across this province that have, and I'll go back to Councillor Norrie's statement probably about 2.5 years ago. If I remember correctly, he said, why don't we take a look at Picton's and see if we can adjust that. There are a number of them out there that we can take a look at, that we look at it with respect to filling the needs, that we want to recognize them, identify them, the saturation point, and then the enforcement of them. Like I say, we're probably one of the fewer ones in the province that haven't got this done. The enforcement part of it's really quite easy. I mean, I've had 2 calls this week with respect to 2 separate short-term accommodations with very similar type of complaints and what are we doing about it, how are we going to fix the problem. So the enforcement's easy. We're going to get complainants. When you're advertising these things, you're not doing it underground. You got to do it on the internet. You got to do it in the newspaper app. There's a number of different ways that are going to identify that. So the investigation of them is although maybe somewhat cumbersome at a certain point, it's not that bad. But let's not reinvent the wheel here. Let's take a look at some STA's bylaws that other municipalities have tried and true tested. And see whether they work or not, and go from there. But we've been at this for, like I say, the better part of 2.5 years, and we just seems to be right back in a circle again, and we're into that infinite loop where we're just never going to get out of it unless we take a look at something. So,
Go ahead. Did you wish to speak?
No.
Do we have a motion on the books?
No.
No. Okay, so let's get one on there.
May I? Sorry,
Certainly,
may I speak to
certainly
this?
you can, Madam Clerk.
Just through your worship, to some of the points the councillors have made, we have looked at the bylaws of other municipalities. That is where these numbers we are proposing have come from. The most we are aware of in terms of most license fees are recurring. There is sometimes a higher fee in the first year and then a lower fee thereafter until a reinspection is required. This is not set in stone. We brought this here to you tonight to get this feedback, to find out. This is the first time we've talked numbers. This is the first time we've heard from any councillors what numbers you were thinking. These numbers are based on the averages that we've seen in other places. So this is an opportunity for feedback and involvement in how this bylaw is shaped. But we are certainly looking to our neighbors and what their experiences have been as we develop this. That was the main thing.
If I might add, and Jessica sort of mentioned what I was going to, we've also looked at their failures, right? So we implemented, it's not we anymore, Romero Township implemented one where they had 200 to 300 of these things. And the experience is with most municipalities, Simcoe County, is A, it didn't work through zoning, and a lot of those are being challenged. And B, unless you come at it full force, it's something that's written on paper that doesn't mean anything. You've got to have pretty decent registration fees, very heavy penalties, and we went from a bylaw staff of 1 to 6. So it's not cheap, but it takes when you pick up the call at 9 o'clock at night, that there's a bylaw officer on duty to respond to that. Because if not, it's gone the next day. So I'm not proposing that this is specifically the answer. I inferred from the discussion that when council said you wanted to be ready, that you wanted a full-fledged bylaw to go. So I'll accept that one as we misinterpreted direction. But that's the direction I took, was that when you wanted a full-fledged bylaw, it was something that had those pieces in place with consultation from other municipalities. And we can certainly adjust that downwards and not get into a vicious circle, because that's not the intent.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments that Councillor McCormick made with regards to the cost of initiating the program, and also the fact that some people might only rent out once or twice a year. If you're renting out once or twice a year, you're not a short-term accommodation business. You're renting it to a family friend or a friend of a friend, and I don't think those are the people that we are interested in managing. The businesses, and they're business is the wrong word, but people run this as a business. They don't get a business license, they don't pay commercial taxes, they do have to pay higher house insurance, or if something happens, they won't be covered. As the Deputy Mayor said, some people are earning in excess of $800 a night on prime properties. Other people are earning $200 a night. Some people pay their whole year's bills for their house by renting out the house for part of the year. One of the biggest challenges we have seen are the absentee landlords, the people who are not there to manage if there's a problem in the property and somebody is staying there. And those are the ones that are going to, not all of them, but some of them are more likely to result in the calls to our bylaw office. If somebody stays at a short-term accommodation and they damage the property, the person who rented them the property is getting excess fees. But if they've disturbed the neighbors are not compensated. The other thing we need to think about is, or we could think about, is short-term accommodation offerings are in direct competition with the hotels who are doing business in this community. The hotels who are paying their taxes at a corporate or at a commercial level, not even at a residential level. So they're already paying taxes at a much higher rate than anybody who has a house. I applaud anyone who's interested in offering their home in this manner to make some extra money. The economy is tough, and if you can do it, kudos to you. But we do need to protect the people who are on the other side. We had a lot of this discussion at the Quinte Marketing Board a couple of weeks ago. And while it would be really nice to say you can only put so many short-term accommodations properties within a certain area, those kinds of rules and regulations are currently being challenged. Because somebody will say, well, my neighbor's making money, who are you to tell me I can't make money on my house? And somebody could also, at the same time, there's 3 people on the street who have an occasional 1 week or 2 week short-term accommodation offering, and we say, okay, that's it for that street. Well, you might just be driving the 4th person under the radar because he wants to do it anyways, and he's not going to follow the rules and regulations. We have a really good start here on how to manage the program, and we initially, or more correctly, you initially said we need to get a handle on this and start to manage it before we have such a great number that it becomes a horrific problem. I'm not saying this is perfect, but this is certainly a good start to how we can work towards it. And if somebody rents for less than 5 nights a year, maybe there's 0 fee, and it's just an honor system. Anything more than that, you pay the fee. If you don't pay the fee and there are bylaw infractions, the infractions are doubled because you haven't registered that somebody's going to be renting your location on a multiple time basis. So there are solutions that we can find to work this out better. But I really do think we're on the right track as to how we can start to address the problem, because clearly there are a lot of people who are concerned.
Do we have a motion? No, good. What I'm going to suggest is, because we could go around this thing all night, I'm going to suggest that we have at least 2 councillors step forward that would be interested, just like we did with the ATV, and brought forward a lot more information. And see if you can't try and hammer something out. This might not even happen during this term, but we've got lots of information. We've got staff that are quite happy to try and accommodate what we can. They've brought everything in that we've asked them, but nothing really fits the bill for everybody. So I would look for 2 volunteers, 3 if you think that would be it, to take part in a committee structure. Let the SLT decide who from their end should sit on it, maybe even bring in Bay Quinte Marketing with all theirs. I'm not going to get into the formation of it, but if I could have some volunteers, then I would take it forward. I'm going to need a motion to go forward with this, but to form a committee to take it forward, and sort of like the committee, not of the whole, it will be of the small part, to bring it forward to us flushed out.
I'll
You
make that
that?
motion
Okay.
because like Mr. Pinson said a few minutes ago, his interpretation was a little different than what was intended, and sitting and listening here, there's some different viewpoints even around this table, so I think it's important to bring it down to that level and
Form a
get
committee.
something a little more cohesive and workable.
Do I have a seconder for that?
So we're not moving forward with this?
No.
Then I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor of that motion? And what councillors would like to sit on it, please? Councillor McCormack?
I will if no one else does, because I desperately need.
And remember, this may not be done before the end of this
but-
term.
Sorry, Your Worship, but if it's Deputy Mayor Kaiser, the meetings are always at 7 at night. Because he's a busy guy.
Easy. None of the ATV meetings were at
Okay,
7 at night.
all right. Stand corrected.
So we've got Deputy Mayor Kaiser and Councillor McCormack that have volunteered. Let the record show that they volunteered for it. Thank you. Pardon?
There was just a side comment to the deputy mayor. That's how we figured it out in my previous place, was through a citizens committee, trying to figure out how to do it.
And there may be others that you want to bring into it, but I'm going to leave that up to you. Thank you. 12.7. Mr. Zetterberg, anything you wish to bring to our attention before the questions?
Your Worship, I just want to add that the comments that I've put in there for discussion that came forward during the notification period were the same comments we had heard while we were developing the bylaw. So there was nothing new that came forward. Those comments had been taken into consideration before we brought the bylaw forward.
Okay. Questions or comments to Brant on this report coming forward? Seeing none, you do have a staff recommendation. Move staff recommendation, Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Norrie. Any further comments or questions? All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 12.8, Community and Corporate Services, Ongoing Downtown Core Area Business Support. Annie.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would just note that in Appendix 1 for Budget 2022, where it says wages and benefits for full-time student, that the 22 budget only shows the wages for the summer students.
Okay. Council's wishes here. Councillor Norrie.
So if I read this right, just because having been on the board, a BIA board, no longer there, seems like you're going back to a BIA board but run by the town with a full-time employee of the town. Is that correct?
Through your worship, the request is for one full-time staff member as well as the summer students to oversee what previously would have been covered by the BIA manager. Okay,
and I have trouble with the $111,000 next year when all these businesses had all this trouble the last 2 years. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, outside of some strife at the meetings, it was running well with the staff or the volunteers and part-time staff, but I guess we can't go back that way because of the issues that we all saw. I just have trouble saying to the property owners downtown and the stores, nothing, 111,000. Have you done a survey of them, or has there been meetings with?
Through your worship, I have attended a couple meetings with various groups. There hasn't been direct discussions about the additional staff member. This is being brought forward currently. I'm covering what the BIA manager has previously done, not to the full capacity that was previously happening. So the request would be a staff member that can oversee and speak to all the downtown businesses more frequently than is currently able at the capacity we're running. We have discussed with a few different business members, but there hasn't been a poll or a survey to all of the business owners or property owners.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Worship. I will echo the concerns of Councillor Norrie. Is it the way the report suggests that we'll be hiring a full-time body to specifically look after the BIA somewhere in the areas of $70,000 or $75,000 a year plus benefits? I'm just going by the numbers, 85 minus the 89, I guess, or
Yep.
am I out of whack there?
No, through your worship, the proposed would cover the full-time employee as well as the additional summer students. So that would cover all three positions, but it would cover the benefits and everything as well for the full-time within that 85,000.
So a full-time position of, again, I guess, the summer student, I'm just looking at for 2022 budget, we have wages, benefits, full-time student is $8,900, but it's going to go to $85,000. So the bulk of that, I'm guessing, is going to be the full-time person to run it?
Yes, that is correct.
So of a budget of, for the 2023 proposed budget, the vast majority, or at least better than half, would be a full-time person as opposed to flowers, banners, beautification, all the other stuff that's all involved in that. But the vast majority will be people, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand Councillor Norrie's point of view, and certainly there is a lot of concern about or from property and business owners within the BIA area. At the same point in time, they have demonstrated by the strain they have put on your time that you cannot do both jobs. Not the job you were originally hired for, plus this job. You already had a full-time job within the town before you took on this extra project. At the same time, it's also not the responsibility of the rest of the community to fund beautification and marketing for a specific area. This is not a burden we can put on the other taxpayers. But people do have an expectation that when they go to a downtown area of a community, it is going to be a pleasing place to be. The streets are going to be swept, the sidewalks are going to be clean, whether it's flowers or banners or music on the street. People have an expectation of a higher level of service from their downtown. If we do not apply a levy to the businesses that operate in that area, where is the money going to come from? And is there an option to do it with a part-time person and students as opposed to a full-time person? Simply because the town has said they're not going to be that involved in organizing events, and organizing events is what takes the largest amount of time from a person who works within a core area after communication with 85 people who have very different viewpoints as to how they want to get anything done. So is a part-time person an alternative option?
Go ahead, Mr. Zetterberg.
Your Worship, one of the things we heard from some of the business owners when this first started developing is that they would refer back to when the BIA had an active full-time staff member, and that was they felt that that was the best option for them. It was that when there was somebody going between the businesses and coordinating. And one thing we realized is that we could not do that part-time to give it the full value that it deserved. And also, we have to fit an employee into a grid that exists for employees now, and that's why the pay scale is at the level it's at. As far as not being involved in events, this full-time staff person would help to obviously facilitate those events and look for the volunteers from the community to stage events in the downtown core.
Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is this not funded by a levy to the members of the BIA? This is not a general tax.
No, that's...
It's a special area levy.
Pardon me?
It's what we're referring to as a special area levy.
Right, so I mean, Councillor Johnson was saying, you know, the taxpayers shouldn't be burdened by something that is specifically for downtown, but this is a levy from the in-town businesses, correct?
Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
If I may clarify, that was my point exactly, is the people who are receiving the most benefit from the work being done should be the ones who are paying for this.
Right, but that's the case. This is not on the backs of the people that live in Roblin or Selby.
No, I think that was just for comparative purposes,
Yes.
if I may, Councillor
Right,
Johnson.
so I don't think the municipality, do we have to handle everything? Like, I mean, the BIA, it didn't work and it didn't work and it didn't work, and people came on and then they were resigning the week after, and it was real. So I think it's just unfortunate that the municipality again, and Annie and Brett and people would have to supervise this and take it over. I don't see, you know, the Chamber of Commerce, they have a person, it works. The Hospital Foundation, they have a person, it works. For some reason, the BIA wasn't able to, you know, to get an agreement and make it work, but it's unfortunate. I just don't see why the municipality has to be the one taking it over. But it's their money.
You probably should go, thank you.
So I think, through your worship, to, I guess to all of council is what we're doing here is we're spitballing a little bit in terms of how we could potentially help what used to be the BIA. I think in our discussions, and Annie, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, they used to turn to people that they had on staff to help them do things, and Andy could help me describe what those things are. So I think there are a lot of them that would like that help. What we're trying to do is figure out how we could potentially help I'll call it a fledgling or a nurturing an organization get on its feet such that it could then take care of itself. And that's really what we're trying to do, and we're trying to figure out, as I've said many times, is figure out where, when community organizations, volunteer organizations flounder or have difficulty, where does the municipality step in and help? And I think this one, from a downtown business perspective, is probably one that we'd like to try to do that, and I think there's something there. And this is our first attempt at coming to council for budgetary purposes, saying, what do you think? That's really what this is, as opposed to letting it roll over and then all of a sudden we're in January and somebody says, what are you doing with the downtown merchants, or whatever you want to call them? Then we've made an effort to help. That's what this is.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just in addition to that, but the budget, we've already approved the levy of the businesses, right? It's already part of the budget. No?
No, so without, if I may, without the BIA construct, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's no authority to collect money from those businesses. So correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but a municipality can impose taxes based on special circumstances called special area levies, be it for all kinds of different purposes. So we've said this is a special area levy for the purposes of growing that downtown merchant group, however you want to define it.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, that'd be correct through you, Madam Mayor. The special area levy could be anywhere from people within a certain distance of a street light paying for street lights in conjunction or in geographical space with sidewalks. And in a case like this, it could be the proximity to downtown, similar to the selection of the businesses that were involved in the BIA. But the town can impose that levy based on a special area rate, then registered through the OPTA system with the province.
Well, then I think it's important that the businesses be consulted fully and have them on board, because as the CAO just said, would be a launch, and if the program works, I assume you want to transition that employee from the town back to working directly for the BIA, and if it doesn't work, now we're stuck with another staff member. So I think they have to be on board, and there has to be a commitment.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that this was to develop a plan to work towards a 23 budget line, which gives time for the downtown businesses to give comment, consent to it, whatever. But my question is around governance and accountability. In the past, the BIA had their own board of volunteers from among themselves that governed the organization, that employed the staff. In this case, the staff would be an employee of the town corporation, so they're accountable to whom? Us or the BIA, the businesses? And then who instructs them what their priorities are? Is it the town or is it the businesses?
It would, through your worship, it would operate the same as any other town department, where staff take direction through the CAO from council, and that council then would consult, or staff would consult with the public. So it would be the same as any other operation of the town.
That doesn't seem like a muddy puddle at all.
No, not too much. Go ahead, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, Richard. I'm struggling with $85,000, or 85 is probably close to 80 or 85% of the levy is going towards the payment of a full-time employee as opposed to anything else. And that's where I'm struggling with this, is that the vast majority of the money we collect through the levy is going to pay an employee that is employed by the town, is getting benefits from the town, is getting the raises that's consistent with the members of the other members of the town. And again, what happens if the levy goes dry, or the levy doesn't happen anymore? We've got a full-time employee. We've got to. I'm sorry, Max, but I had to say it. We got a full-time employee that has to be repositioned, right? So
That almost went over my head, sorry.
anyways, that's where I have the problem, is the vast majority of the levies is going towards a body that is within the town. So that's where I have a problem with it. So.
Can I make a suggestion here?
Yeah.
I think what it is we're trying to be out in front of something to see what it is. I do think that we really have to do a lot of vetting with the downtown merchants. I mean, it has been an up and down. The past 2 terms have been very tumultuous with BIA boards. I think we need to bring the businesses in to find out, and we're not going to get agreement, funnily enough. But I can see this going forward as we need to look at it, but there has to be a whole lot of consultation first they may not even want us to. And and I don't know what our what happens if we say, Paul says, yes, we can do this and we can make this levy, but somebody says, I don't want to play, I don't want to be part of it. Some of the service businesses down there never really liked it anyway, but we cannot leave the downtown without some kind of support when it comes right down to it. And I know that some of the stuff you've had to work through, to put it in that frame, to work through with the troubles, and the downtown looks great, and volunteers have been a big part of that. But I just think to put a tag and a name on a group and get them started is good. Look at this for that, but I think we need a lot more information coming from the merchants, even if we call it a general meeting of them and say, and if you're not interested in attending the meeting, which most of them don't seem to be, make it virtual, do something, but we have to hear from them. I, as a mayor, councillor, business person, or anything, don't want to be responsible for anything that they haven't put a stamp on, and they'll put a lot of stamps on it. So let's move on with this. Let's make a decision as to what we're going to do. Leave it as a budget item to work toward, but have staff do some investigation and talk to the people that are there. Help me here, come on. We'll be here till tomorrow, and I have to play golf at 8, as many of you do.
Should be put over to the budget discussions.
But you still have to.
Well, in the meantime, they can send out a request or an invitation. There's a lot of new small businesses in town as well who weren't involved in the previous BIA.
That might have the attitude. Yep, no, that's good. So your recommendation is going to be what? You're going to make the motion here, Councillor McCormack. Receive for information, community and corporate services, ongoing downtown core area business support. And further that council do, further that staff do consultation.
Send out an invitation.
Yeah. Which council should actually attend to, be part of the consultation.
For the businesses to
Mr. Zetterberg and Mr. Pinsent and Annie, does this cover what we need to do? I think that was your intent. I really have trouble with it, I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Worship, it begins the dialogue moving towards budget.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll hear from some of them within the next couple of days.
And if I may just add that, I think we needed to start the discussion that there was no longer a BIA levy, that there was a different construct, and that, again, we're sort of starting this and where should we play and where shouldn't we? So some of this we'll take back, and there's some things like that, and like I would say are fixed, like beautification. We have to sort of make the differentiation between beautification and the staff and what they're doing. So this is helpful.
Do we have enough for a motion? And I've got a mover, don't I? But I don't have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Norrie.
The motion I have is that council receive for information the report, and further that council direct staff to conduct more consultation with the affected businesses.
Should we put a time date on it?
In preparation for 2023 budget deliberations.
Which is going to start in September.
If I may just add to the motion that Councillor Norrie be the lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All in favor of the motion? Motion's carried. I knew that would move you along. Okay, I've got to move along now.
Maybe these poor guys sit here for 3 hours.
I see we have Mark Tao joining us from IBI Group. Michael, you're in the chair. So this is item 12.9, the Limestone Ridge subdivision. It's a really long item on the agenda, so I'm not going to read any of it. I'm just going to skip to you and let you run.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. The proposal before council this evening is for draft plan approval and for an official plan amendment approval to permit ultimately the draft approval of the proposed Limestone Ridge subdivision at 124 Old Hamburg Road. We do have Mr. Sean Legere, who is the planner for the applicant, in attendance, who will run through a very brief presentation for council just on the changes to the plan since the last public meeting in March. And we also have Mr. Mark Tao, who was with IBI Group and performed the planning peer review on behalf of the municipality, who can answer any specific technical questions that council might have. Just at a high level, this, as council heard previously at the public meeting, this is a subdivision proposed for a mixture of housing types, a total of 487 units with stormwater management, and both active and passive parkland is proposed to be dedicated to the municipality. As with many newer subdivisions, parking is always a concern, but the approach that we've taken here is similar to the approach with the Richmond Park Drive extension, so just north of Canberra's Way, where the houses are to be set back a little further from the road and allow for widening of driveways to get up to 3 cars off street. There were some concerns of one resident at 147 Old Hamburg Road with regards to the intersection of the new road at Old Hamburg Road. The response from the applicant, and Sean can elaborate on this, but due to the grade, the site's going to need to be brought up in grade to allow for gravity sanitary flow. The headlights that were a concern of the neighbor will actually be pointed downward. They won't really be pointed into the home of the person, but the applicant is also proposing to install plantings to help further mitigate any potential lighting issues there as well. So those would be implemented on the property of 147 Old Hamburg Road if that property owner is willing to accept such. So that was proposed by the applicant. Some other concerns at the public meeting were with regards to potential loss of existing vegetation, trees along the southerly portion of the lands in order to accommodate a larger drainage corridor. One newer, I guess a bit of an atypical condition has been proposed to be implemented, where a very specific landscape and planting plan be provided during the final plan approval to really look at that drainage corridor and how we can beautify it and bring back that vegetation that would eventually be lost. That would be subject to Quinte Conservation review as well, so since they would be the regulatory authority for that drainage corridor. Other concern specifically was around hydrogeological considerations for the wells in the area, and a condition has been is being proposed that a hydrogeological study be completed for each phase, so not just the first phase or the second, but for each phase, to ensure that all of the infrastructure to be installed is not going to cause adverse impacts to neighboring wells. So I just wanted to highlight those points for council's consideration. Again, this has been reviewed by several agencies, departments, and peer review experts, and we're comfortable with recommending draft plan approval. And now I'll turn it over to Mr. Legere to run through the slight modifications to the plan.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just have a quick question for Michael.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Through Your Worship, Michael, how many phases were there?
Sean, can you here's the total phase?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's 2 main phases. The second phase will be broken out into different sections. Okay. But the first phase will be the first phase, which is north of the creek. Second phase will be south of the creek, which will be broken up to multiple stages.
So then just 2 studies then, hydrology studies?
The study will encompass the entire subdivision. It'll be studied all at the same time.
I thought that you just mentioned that there would be 1 per stage.
That's correct. The way in which the condition is drafted is that on a per phase basis, that a hydrogeological study be completed to the town's satisfaction. So depending on how they ultimately want to phase the development, will require a hydrogeological study to look at each phase and its impacts off-site. So if they were to develop all in one phase, it would be a more intensive review. It's going to be a very intensive study regardless, but it would be, I guess, a larger catchment area for such study. But on a phase-by-phase basis, there may be lower impacts to off-site properties, depending on the proximity to each phase, if that helps.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
If I may clarify my statement, typically when you do items like this, the work itself is done all at the same time, but the studies themselves in its final form would be another round would be done at that time, but the work itself, the field work, is generally done all at the same time is what I was intending to infer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. My turn now. Thanks. Okay, officially, my name is Sean Legere. I'm a senior planner with RFA Planning Consultant. I'm the project planner for the proposed official plan amendment and subplan subdivision applications. File numbers PLOPMA 2021-010 and PLSUBD 2020-011. We were here last before you in March for the public meeting for these applications, along with introducing the rezoning application. Since March, we have been working with staff and their municipal planning consultant to resolve any outlying issues and address public comments. Having done so, we are here this evening for a decision of council with the municipal planning consultant recommending approval. I've prepared a brief presentation to highlight the changes to the plans along with recent events since the March public meeting. Where do I point it? We had a problem with the clicker last time, I think, too. Had to be done manually. Oh, I see a green button. There we go. Okay. The Limestone Ridge site is located within the town's urban boundary in a portion of the southeast fringe area known as the geographic township of Fredericksburg. Low-density rural residential, the Canadian National Rail main line, the Napanee Golf and Country Club, along with St. Patrick's Cemetery, and the town stockpiling yard surround the site. The subdivision area is 29.3 hectares, with frontage along Old Hamburg Road and Champlain Street, which are designated local roads. Old Hamburg connects to County Road 2, which is a designated collector arterial. The property has been farmed for many decades and features a watercourse that bisects the property in the northerly third of the site. Since the previous owner, the property has been known as Limestone Ridge, to which the project has derived its name. Since our public meeting in March, the following are recent events leading to this evening's decision meeting. The Quinte Conservation comments came in March 29th. Asterix Engineering Corporation responded to the Quinte Conservation on April 4th. They also prepared a preliminary design for Street E, as previously mentioned by my colleague here, which was done on April 5th. This was to specifically address, again, the affected neighbor identified at the March public meeting. RFA summarized the provided responses April 6th to all public input from the March public meeting. Further along, the IBI comments were then received July 6th and came in July 7th. A meeting was held with staff and IBI on July 10th to resolve the July comments. RFA then revised the draft plan of subdivision and development site plan July 22nd, which I'll review in a moment. Finally, RFA responded to the July comments July 26th. On to the draft plan changes. Lot 1 has been relocated south of the creek, abutting the active parkland in Lot 39. I don't know if there's a pointer here, but I've labeled it. The purpose is to enlarge the parkland in the first phase for active programming, so those uses can be provided in both Phase 1, which again, we were just discussing earlier, is north of the creek, and Phase 2, south of the creek. A new mid-block trail connection to the passive parkland around the creek in Phase 1 has been provided between the stormwater facility access point and Champlain Street. And lastly, the area behind lots 34 to 39 have been reallocated as passive parkland versus active parkland to reflect the intent that it will remain naturalized, same as the lots on the north side of the creek. Regarding land use compatibility, clarity was brought forward for some items not apparent from the official plan and zone mapping. Primarily, the proposed Tomlinson asphalt and concrete plant has been identified within the existing nearby M4 lands. A Lafarge quarry license area has also been located nearby. Both of these uses are some distance north of the property. Lastly, the M2 lands, known as the Town Stockpile Yard, is now designated as Class 2 in accordance with the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks D6 guidelines. A minimum 70-meter setback is required for Class 2 industrial uses. Noise consultant J.E. Coulter Associates previously confirmed that the setback can be measured from the berm to the industrial building or operation. The town is providing assistance by implementing a self-imposed 58-meter setback from the M2 lands mutual property line with Limestone Ridge. This will be added to the 12.2-meter setback we are providing, which will consist of the required berm and acoustic fence. Identifying the other industrial uses does not change that the existing and future residential uses are closer than the Limestone Ridge, and that there are no additional impact from locating the Tomlinson plants to the north. Finally, the Lafarge quarry license area has been inactive for 20 years, and it is not designated for extraction, which the official plan intends for the operation to cease long-term. These and other previously identified industrial uses have been confirmed not to affect the Limestone Ridge subdivision. Briefly regarding the Napanee official plan, the lands are currently designated as fringe area, industrial, and major institutional, and our application for an amendment to the official plan to designate Limestone Ridge to medium-density residential and environmental protection is recommended for approval. It has been established that the urban expansion is anticipated into the township of Fredericksburg area and that the need for development is identified by the official plan. Along with the function of County Road 2, industrial arterial commercial corridor will be maintained if the subdivision is approved. It is interesting to note from the previous land use compatibility slide that existing and future residential uses abut the Donhart Quarry area and the Lafarge Quarry area of highest concern, and that the Limestone Ridge subdivision is further away, evident from the mapping extracts seen here. Regarding the official plan amendment for decision this evening, a medium-density residential is requested to be the land use for the Limestone Ridge, and environmental protection designation for the is requested to protect the existing creek and slopes. The only change from the March public meeting is that ground floor commercial has been made mandatory for the commercial block. The draft plan changes can be seen better on the development site plan. We have enlarged Phase 1 parkland, which is to be reprogrammed for active use. A new mid-block trail connection has been provided between the stormwater facility and Champlain Street. Also not previously mentioned though, but is we will be adding rear yard privacy fencing to be installed by the developer for the lot siding onto Old Hamburg Road. The passive parkland block has been brought south to lots 34 to 39 so as to be naturalized, same as the lots backing onto the north side of the creek. And again, lot 1 has been relocated, abutting the active parkland and lot 39. Regarding the rezoning application filed on December 23rd, 2021, it was the original intent to have this also decided upon at this meeting, together with the official plan amendment and plan of subdivision. We understand that proper notice was not provided for the March public meeting, nor for tonight's decision meeting, and thus will be done so as soon as possible, so as to bring it forward for decision at the next available council meeting. The draft amending bylaw was provided to RFA for review August 3rd, and we are currently refining the text together with staff and the municipal planning consultant to bring forward again for a decision at the next available meeting. To reiterate from the March public meeting, the site-specific revisions are requested. Ours for townhouse lot area and frontage, to harmonize front yard setback and interior side yard setbacks, for rear yard setbacks for the northernmost single detached dwellings, to harmonize dwelling unit areas, to harmonize lot coverage and landscaped open space, along with some technical provisions regarding the number of back-to-back dwellings and apartment dwellings per lot, as well as provisions for commercial uses within the apartment block. To summarize some salient planning conclusions, Limestone Ridge has completed numerous studies required by the town. Official plan amendment, rezoning amendment, and plan subdivision applications have been filed with the town, and changes have been made based on public and technical review comments. A 487-unit subdivision on municipal services, abutting a built-up area where capacity is available, represents a logical extension. Adequate setbacks and buffers are provided from a watercourse, slopes, the CN rail main line, and the M2 lands in accordance with applicable regulations and policies. The industrial and major institutional designations do not follow property lines and are functionally separate from the existing uses along the County Road 2 corridor. The function of the County Road 2 corridor, industrial, arterial, commercial corridor will be maintained. And finally, the requested approvals conform to provincial policies along with the county and town official plans. With that said, thank you for hearing us tonight. We're looking forward to council's decision, and I'm here to assist and answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
And that's where we're going to go first. Any questions from council, comments? I'll start with Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Could you maybe just tell me a little bit more about the Lafarge quarry again, and that there was a statement saying that it was going to be phased out, and are we sure about that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The Lafarge quarry that was referred to, it was identified shortly after the public meeting that there still is an active license on the property. It doesn't appear to be in Lafarge's immediate plans to reactivate that license, but it is still an active license. So further study and evaluation was undertaken to ensure that this proposal is not going to be negatively impacted by that existing license. So I hope that helps clarify.
In the event that Lafarge does not activate the quarry, but decides to sell it and it's activated, will that impact this project?
Through your worship, due to intervening sensitive land uses elsewhere, the M&R licensing requires that all operations comply with ministry regulations and applicable OREGs. This site being further away than those existing sensitive land uses, any operation of that quarry property would have to comply with regards to proximity to those closer sensitive land uses. So in essence, this being further away, it will ultimately be in compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we have a staff recommendation before us. Did you want to speak to the extent of, not read them all, but there is an extent of conditions following? Anything to highlight there?
Sure, I can do a very brief overview. I did mention a couple of atypical conditions that typically aren't included, but we felt as staff that it was pertinent to include based on public feedback received. There are certain financial requirements, meaning that developers are responsible for the installation of all local services, standard subdivision agreement, and any specific clauses per each phase are to be to the satisfaction of the municipality. Engineering drawings shall be provided to the municipality's satisfaction, and Quinte Conservation Authority, peer reviewers, etc. Phasing is to the municipality's satisfaction again. Has to be developed in a manner that will be able to be adequately accessed, serviced, adequate capacity, etc., which we've confirmed. But it's getting into the fine details to ensure that prior to allowing the development to proceed. Ensuring zoning compliance is in place. Detailed technical studies are required as well to confirm construction of the road cross section, and the like. So very, very standard conditions that are typically imposed for draft plan of subdivision approvals, and these would need to be worked through on a phase-by-phase basis to ultimately achieve final plan approval to ultimately create the lots and allow the development to proceed.
Okay, I do have one question. I wasn't here in March, but at the public meeting, Old Hamburg Road, Switzerville Road, County Road 2, county comments. I mean, are those roads gonna need attention in the near term to handle the traffic from 473 residential units, traffic lights out at the county road, things like this? Where does that lie with us?
I can let Mr. Tao answer that question, but the county has reviewed all of the technical information and are concurring with the proposed modifications required. There are modifications that are proposed on both Champlain Street and at County Road 2, at the County Road 2 and Old Hamburg Road intersection. Mark, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think you covered it off well. There are some improvements that are needed along the county road and at the intersections, and also along Old Hamburg, and those will be done by the proponent as conditions of draft plan approval in consultation and subject to approval by the county for the county roads, and then by the town for the municipal streets. So, yeah, no specific concerns, but the traffic study was comprehensive and was fully reviewed and took into account other active applications such as Tomlinson, some of the other proposals that are active in the area that the county is also aware of. So I think, Highway 2, County Road 2 is getting busier in this area with a number of potential developments in the works. So the county is keeping an eye, I think, on those things and looking at, for example, potential future improvements at Palace Road and County Road 2 for pedestrians, et cetera, as well. So, but yeah, I think that is well covered off and will be addressed in part through conditions as the development proceeds as well.
Did you have comments, Chad?
I just wish to add further to my colleagues' comments. The development team has reviewed the draft conditions, and we are in agreement with them.
Excellent. Okay, Council, where do you want to go with this? Staff recommendation, Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Anything further? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
We're going to 12:12 now, and I have to.
Yeah, I guess we can start
Where
with
do we-
bylaws.
12:12 and then bylaws, or bylaws and then?
We also move bylaw up here, so
Okay.
whatever order you would like to do it in.
So that bylaw would be 14.2. So jumping down to 14.2, bylaw number 2022-0056. Official plan amendment number 44, Limestone Ridge. First and second, Councillor Pennell, seconded by Councillor Norrie. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. So now we'll jump to 12:12, which is, 12:12 comes before 12:11, and that is Register Plan 29M65, application to lift part lot control, Millhouse Yard subdivision. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The proposal before council here, we've lifted part lot control to allow for the division of a lot into two, for example, for a semi-detached dwelling. The lifting of part lot control is also permitted to establish easements, which is the proposal this evening. So rather than going through and getting consents for each and every single part that you need an easement for, the cleanest way to do this is through lifting part lot control and passing a bylaw to allow for the registration of all of the easements in an expedited, timely manner. So the developer's planner has provided a detailed table, essentially, that itemizes which lot is benefiting from which type of easement. There are access easements for rear yards for interior townhouse lots, as well as gas servicing easements. Those have been reviewed by staff, and we are in concurrence with the proposal and with the reference plan that has been created to establish the boundaries of those easements. So staff are supportive of the request and are recommending approval this evening to lift part lot control and to allow the easements to be established as presented.
Okay. Any questions on that? Councillor McCormack, you making a motion?
Yes, Your Worship.
Staff recommendation, Councillor McCormack, seconder, Councillor Pennell. Anything further? Seeing nothing, all in favor? And carried, and that takes us to 14.1, bylaw 2022-0055, PLPLC 2022-075, Millhouse Yards Part Lot Control. Looking for a motion from Councillor Pennell, thank you. Councillor Norrie, all in favor, and carried. Thank you, everybody. I'll go chase the mayor back in.
Yep, I just have to get there. Oh. Thank you.
Sorry, 12:10 has not been done.
12:10?
12:10.
Okay, 12:10, Legislative Services, request for closing and conveying an unopened road allowance. Madam Clerk.
Through your worship, I don't believe there is anything more to say to this other than what's in the report, but I can respond to questions.
Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
Staff recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Norrie. Any further, go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, worship, through you to the clerk, Madam Clerk. I see in your, there's what, 1, 2, 3, there's lots of road balances there. Which one are you gonna do, or all of them?
Through your worship, we will need the applicant to perform the survey work to define exactly the boundaries of what is being closed, but there's sort of a map in the attachments to the report that highlights sort of everything it will all be one solid parcel instead of being bisected by all these little roads within the boundaries of what they own. It looks like Michael's going to explain this more clearly.
Through your worship, yeah, just planning staff have been heavily involved in this for a couple of years now in order to figure out the best way in which this should be segmented and staged. So the overall proposal here is there's an existing residence at 10665 Highway 33. The applicant is proposing to remove that from the balance of the lands and therefore merge the retained lands with lands to the north that are landlocked. So staff are supportive of the overall proposal. This is the first piece of the puzzle. Then there would be some road, or these are the road closing bylaws, but then there would be a deeming bylaw to be passed. There's an old village plan from the 1800s that's currently in effect. We would need to deem that plan no longer a plan of subdivision. That would then merge the balance of the lands together, and then the applicant would be able to separate out the house. So it's a very convoluted process. We work with our planning consultants and our solicitor to verify the staging of this, and this is the first piece of the puzzle, but we just wanted to make council aware that the overall intent is there's really no new lot creation. It's really just a reconfiguration of what's already there and to allow the removal of the house from those lands.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. So I have a mover and a seconder, staff recommendation. If there are no further comments or questions, all in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Legislative Services, regulating backyard hens.
Through your worship, this is in response to the notice of motion that was passed at a prior meeting. We are looking for direction on either option 1 or option 2.
Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Do you want a motion first or a conversation?
Sure, let's do it that way.
Okay.
With an option in mind, please.
Yeah, I have an option in mind.
Okay, thank you.
I did. Now you messed me up, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, let somebody else do it, and I'll be right back with you. Huh? Yes, I'm sorry. Okay, staff recommendation on
back.
option number 2.
Action number 2, seconded by Councillor Richardson. All discussion,
clarify a
go ahead.
question?
Yep.
So backyard hens would be permitted on all rural lots, regardless of dimension? Is that how that reads?
No, through your worship, option 2 is status quo. We don't change anything.
So that means chickens are only permitted on lots of 10 acres or larger?
Through your worship, it gets a little bit muddy in the sense that for new lots being created after 2002, when the zoning bylaw came into effect, yes. Lots that were in existence prior to, no. So you can have a smaller sized lot that is older, zoned rurally, and it could comply, it could have chickens essentially, but there would need to be MDS considerations taken into account to separate those. The rationale there is that those lots would be, they're kind of grandfathered in the sense that they're already there, they're recognized for potential farming uses, regardless of the lot size being technically deficient. Any new lots being created though would need the attention, paid to it, that it's of a certain size, road frontage, etc.
So if I could follow up,
Certainly.
I support option 2. However, given that bit of information, I think that's something that we need to clean up and make uniform to a standard of 2 acres, 5 acres, whatever it should be. That it not be a hodgepodge. 2002 is now 20 years ago, and it's getting too far back to be new lots anymore. I think we need to clean that up, but that's a project for another day, perhaps. In this instance, I would just support option 2.
Just to clarify, after the official plan update is finally passed, we're unfortunately delayed a little bit with the county and their population projection work. After the OP update is complete, we'll be going through a very intensive zoning update to bring the zoning bylaw into compliance with the official plan. At that stage is where we can really look at that detail.
Perfect, that's a timeline. That's
Okay.
awesome.
So I have a mover and a seconder, option 2. All in favor of the motion? Motion's carried, thank you. We've already done 12.12, 12.13, growth and expansion. Shared tower. Michael, are you handling these, please?
Thank you, Worship. We do have a proposal here for a 90-meter tall guide telecommunication tower, essentially beside the Bass Cove trailer park off of County Road 8. We have received, I'm not sure if it made it onto the agenda or not, but we did receive a letter of support actually from one of the residents in the Dorland area. So they're happy to see the increased coverage in the area from this tower. So if there's any questions specifically, I'd be happy to address those. Staff are supportive. It's well set back. It's a fairly tall structure. It's well set back from the road though. So the really like the, I guess the massing or the height of the tower really shouldn't be too much of a concern due to the setback from the road. If it were right at the road, it'd be it would stick right out like a sore thumb, but this should blend in well, and there are some renderings included in the report that show the proposed tower and how it would look and feel from County Road 8.
Council's wishes or questions for Michael, one or the other. Staff recommendation, seconded by, that was Councillor McCormack, seconded by Councillor Johnson. Any further comments or questions?
May get some better service.
That's right. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. 12.14.
We, sorry, Your Worship, we do have Ms. Jacqueline Johnston from ExploreNet with us this evening,
Okay.
who can answer any questions that council might have. So this is for item 12.14 and 12.15. Item 12.14, this is a proposed new tower installation which would ultimately replace an existing tower that's currently on a silo. There's new infrastructure needing to be installed, but unfortunately the tower that's installed on that silo will not be able to support such new infrastructure. So the proposal is to construct a new tower, a little bit beefier in design to support that newer infrastructure, to accommodate the ExploreNet infrastructure for their services that they provide in the south there. So if there's any questions, Ms. Johnston would be able to address those of council.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
My only question is that this tower is, in my opinion, in relative proximity to the tower we just proposed or supported, which I'm guessing is about a 1.5 to less than 2 kilometers away. Is there not a redundancy in there? Is there not a shared use option at the first site that would negate this one? Or is it, so I just asking for clarification given the other taller tower.
Yeah, and through your worship, that was certainly a concern of staff. We did put that question back to ExploreNet, and I believe Ms. Johnston can provide a little bit more detail on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson, please.
Good evening, everyone. So in regards to looking at co-location, as we call it, that is our first priority. However, in this circumstance, that other tower doesn't quite fit into our coverage puzzle, as we like to look at it. And typically our co-location search ring is only about 500 meters. And this is due to limitations for things such as obstacles, natural obstacles, elevation, etc. And so that other tower just doesn't quite fit in to meet our coverage needs.
Okay. Anything else? Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you to Michael. We just were talking about road closures, road allowance closures, and was that for a sale of a house? And if so, would this hinder it?
If I can ask a clarifying question through your worship, referring to the item 2 or 3 items ago, specific to that property. This is not part of that property. This is proposed on the property immediately to the east, so a larger farm property. So the road allowance closures that are proposed, that process would not impact the siting of this tower and the installation of this tower.
That's my mistake. I was looking at the drawings and I thought we're talking the same property, so sorry about that.
It's very close in proximity, but it is over the line.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from council? If not, I'll take them separately. 12.14, you have a recommendation before you. Deputy Mayor Kaiser will move to accept recommendation on 12.14, seconded by Councillor Pennell. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Moving on to 12.15. Again, a staff recommendation before. Moved by Councillor Norrie, seconded by Councillor Richardson. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you. Now we're getting there. Bylaws.
1216.
Oh, 1216 was the addition. I haven't got it in mind, but it's an addendum on here. You're absolutely right, and I did see it. Growth and expansion, Westbridge Estates, Phase 8, final plan of subdivision approval. Go ahead, Michael, please.
Thank you, Worship. Before council this evening is a proposal to approve Phase 8 of Westbridge Estates. So I believe there would be about 2 more phases that they're planning to complete the subdivision in. This phase is proposing a new Crescent Street connecting a loop off of Cherrywood Parkway, which is proposed to be named Julia Crescent. The road cross-section for that and the sidewalk placement, we're looking to align with both Briarwood and Stakos Court, where we made some field modifications to that sidewalk placement to allow for deeper driveways and individuals to park trailers, for example, or larger vehicles. So we've made those modifications in the design plan with the developer's engineer. The total amount of security that's proposed and has been reviewed by staff and engineering peer reviewers is just over $500,000 for all of the works within this phase. So we would be holding that security until the works are completed to our satisfaction and then subsequently released. So this phase has been reviewed in detail by our typical peer reviewers, agencies, and there are no outstanding concerns. So staff are recommending approval of Phase 8.
Questions to Michael? Pardon? I'm sorry, go ahead, Councillor
That's okay,
Johnson.
Mayor. Thank you very much. This is not a question directly about the next phase, but have they given any indication as to when they will be opening up the road onto Dundas Street?
Through your worship, that discussion has been ongoing with the developer. They're at the point where they still need to remove some existing dead trees on County Road 2's right-of-way in order to allow for sight lines. So that has come at the request of the county. The county is also wanting to see street lighting installed and activated and painted lines installed so that stop bars are in place to ensure that that intersection is fully operable and safe ultimately. We're probably nearing the end of summer or early fall by the point that could potentially be done. But it's hard to say. It's really, unfortunately, up to the developer's schedule when they can get that work done. But that's what they're targeting at this point.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. So you have before you a recommendation. Council's wishes. Go ahead,
Move the
Council.
recommendation, please.
Okay, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. No further comments or questions. All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. Now on to bylaws. 14.1 has been done. 14.2 has been done. Yeah. Paul, did you want to do an introduction before I do the bylaw?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Good evening, Nicole.
So I'd like to introduce Nicole Davison. She is our new Deputy Treasurer. She comes to us from the City of Kingston and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience with her. The point of having an appointment for the Deputy Treasurer is that from time to time, the Deputy Treasurer needs to step in and fulfill the duties of the Treasurer. So therefore, in order to make sure that we're covered for those times, or should a time come up, or should I decide to take some holidays at some point, then we're covered for that. Again, Nicole Davison is our new Deputy Treasurer, and I welcome Council to pop into Town Hall and introduce yourselves.
Thanks. Welcome, Nicole. You certainly come to us well qualified, and thanks for joining our team. Nicole is a CPA, 15 years experience in municipal, so I feel that we're very lucky to have you join us in here, and the new house, I'm going to call it, I guess, is the best thing. I've been lucky enough to meet Nicole because I'm in signing checks, but thanks for joining us. Thanks for having the faith in us, and we'll make sure that we keep you good and busy. Anything?
You want to explain that we don't stay up this late normally?
Oh, yeah, and the other thing is, we don't normally stay up this late, so you go to bed and sleep fast because you have to be at work soon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Nicole. With that.
First and second.
First and second readings, finally passed for a third time. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormack, all in favor of that motion. Motion is carried. Thank you. Any new business? Any notices of motion? Go ahead, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Council, you received some information from me, and I have a notice of motion here, and actually it's a two-part, so if I get 2/3 on the first one, then I'll read the second one. But my motion is that council reconsider resolution 403/21 from August 17th, 2021, which was that council received for information the response to questions raised during the July 26th meeting with respect to why the fires at County Road 12 property of Mr. Lamb were extinguished at a cost recovery invoice was issued. And further, that council approved the following recommendations: that the invoice issued to Mr. Lamb for the suppression activities be upheld with no reduction in cost, and that the portion of the invoice for mutual aid partners be paid in full. So I'm asking if, yes, so you know what that is then, right? Okay. Need a first and a second.
Well, we have the mover, and this is the motion to reconsider, not the notice of motion. It's
They both need 2/3. I do it all at once. If there's 2/3 to consider this, there's 2/3 to, yeah.
okay. You're seconding the motion? Comments or questions?
This is to consider.
This is to consider. All in favor of the motion to consider. Motion passes. And your next notice of motion?
Okay,
Or
thank
this is now a notice of motion that you're bringing forward. No, we're going to consider it tonight. Okey doke, let's do it. Yep. Go ahead.
I was wondering under which context we were going to reconsider that. Was it a presentation? Is it what is it?
That's on the next part here.
Okay.
Okay, good, thanks, Dave.
That council invite Mr. Lamb to appear before council as a deputation on September the 13th, 2022, to present new information and seek reconsideration of an invoice received for the set fire in October 2020, and that council provide a final decision on the matter at that meeting.
So this is a notice of, so confusing, you got a notice of motion to go to a notice of motion, so I just want to make sure that I'm doing this procedurally right. So you're moving it, we're going to discuss it this evening, so sorry?
We're discussing it on the 13th.
Oh, we're going to discuss bringing him forward on the 13th?
No, if we approve it now,
Yeah,
then he
then the
will come and
13th
talk
will
to
be
us.
the discussion. Do I have a seconder for the motion?
Sure.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kaiser.
Question.
Sorry,
Now we can have a question.
yes, you can.
Could we get a comment from the chief, please? Because I remember fairly well what we went through back then, and I remember Deputy Chief Hammond's comments, so I'm happy to support Councillor Pennell if he feels that it's, important for us to do this, but I'd like to know if the chief has had a chance to familiarize himself with any new information.
Through your worship, I have sat down with Mr. Lamb along with the CAO and with Councillor Purnell. The information that he brought forward was basically, I'll basically say it, basically the information was running down the fire department from the minute he got his permit, the first one that was issued. Talking to our administrative assistant, the firefighting skills of our firefighters, actions of putting the fire out. New information, he did a freedom of information to Tagging Township trying to get the invoice, and in their system somewhere they lost it. That was provided to him by me, so he had a copy of that. And basically, that's the information I had from him. Just to, if I may, some clarification. There's some misconception that the fact that this was a citation or ticket. This was not a ticket or citation. This is a cost recovery invoice. When we go out to somebody that's burning, we have two options. One is a citation, part one. We have tried actually the other option, as Councillor Richardson says, is part three. Through the OFM, Ontario Fire Marshal's Office, advisory member for this area, there's nothing in the fire code that we can use to issue a part three for burning violation. Also spoke to, because we heard information that Kingston City Prevention that tried to use part three on an issue there of a person was having fire, because we had one 3 years ago, a person in town that continued to burn, and we just kept laying part ones against, and it was getting worse and worse. And so we were trying to go down that route of part three, and apparently it just doesn't fly for that. Without the fire code covering it, we can't lay part three. So the cost recovery part is the cost to the municipality to go out and extinguish a fire for somebody that's not following the permit. And in this case, unfortunately, 2.5 hours, over 30 firefighters, 6 fire trucks, and that's including mutual aid from Taganega Fire Department. It took 2.5 hours to put this fire out. And this fire was out of control. If we need to, I can bring in half a dozen firefighters to describe the firefighting. I don't see why we're still moving forward with this. Personally, sorry, I'm getting a little dry.
Yeah, thank you. So that's what I remember, is that we also had mutual aid. We had Tyndonega, and they invoiced.
Yes, $2,900.
Right.
Go ahead, Ken.
If I may, Your Worship, to Council, my concern with that is you're going to bring somebody in, they're going to speak to you, and then you make a decision on the spot without any further staff advice. I sat down with both Chief Koenig and Deputy Chief Hammond, and unless there's new information, I don't think you're going to change anybody's mind, so you would be doing this simply as a forgiveness and not because there was something that was done untowards by the fire department.
Well, just my own personal view was that if it was new information and something that was justified, you don't want to, as we were trying to say with bylaw, you don't want to take away an opportunity for appeal if it's warranted. But, you know, I'm listening to what the chief is saying, and if you spoke to Mr. Lamb as well, did you?
I was in that same meeting.
Yeah, so I mean, if the recommendation from staff is that nothing's changed, and so I'll go with the majority. I just don't want to look into something again that's going to be the same outcome.
Anyone else? So we have a motion to revisit. Put forward by Councillor Pennell, seconded by Deputy Mayor Kaiser. If there's no further comment, I am going to call the question. All in favor of revisiting, of having Mr. Lamb come in? I just want to make sure I've got this right. Mr. Lamb come in and speak to council in open session. Is that what we're expecting, in open session? Okay.
On September 13th.
Pardon? On September 13th.
Yeah.
All in favor of the motion? Motion is defeated. Sorry.
Sorry, Your Worship. So procedurally then, because council has made a motion to reconsider, as part of that, the next step was, should Mr. Lamb appear September 13th? I think process-wise, it would be good to pass a resolution to reaffirm that the original motion from 2021 still stands.
Well, it was 2021.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Kaiser will make the motion. Councillor Norrie will second it. All in favor of that motion? Motion is carried, thank you. Any statements by members? Go ahead, Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this would be regarding the WIN application for the road. And I had a note from the clerk requesting an update, and part of the comment was that if council wishes to bring this matter back to reconsider the decision or provide new direction, then a member would need to pass a motion to reconsider the previous motion during a future meeting, which would require 2/3 support to carry. And I believe that the situation as it stands now can't be left like this, because it's not solving any problems, it's actually causing issues. I don't think the current situation is helping anyone. So I would like to make a recommendation that we ask staff to negotiate with the WINs on a land swap.
Your Worship, to council, we're sort of three of us staring at each other because we had a discussion with Mrs. Wynn this afternoon
On just that.
on this subject, because of what precipitated this was some of the phone calls and the nature of her concern. And we felt it was appropriate to have a discussion one-on-one to hear her concerns and make sure she understood the positions we were taking and why things were like this.
This just happened this afternoon.
I will allow the mayor to disagree with me, but I think we're at a point right now where we're going to let this, she understands fully what her options are. She's going to take some time to reconsider where she is on this, and then likely approach council, the next council, once this has had a chance to settle a little bit, and we'll work some other options out behind the scenes. If that makes sense to you.
Okay, but can we get a little bit more detail on it?
Sure, because I sat in on it, because Ms. Wynn had asked me to sit in on it, and I thought that it was better to have someone there from council. And they're at their wits' end. The residents are at their wits' end. We need to find something that's going to solve it for everyone. We were very forthcoming in the fact that we have to do something that's going to be for the good of everyone. But we also have to make sure that the WINs are not being harassed or hurt. You know, and I don't mean physically hurt, but it has not been on either side, I'm sure. Not some of the most pleasant experiences. So there were discussions about land swap, about fencing, about how this could work, whether it was vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic, and there was a lot of traction and some good ideas put for them to talk about. I'm not going to say this is the end of it, and then it might not come back in 2 weeks and happen again. But I think there are steps forward, and then yes, I would agree that maybe we need to revisit it. But from what was said today, I think maybe we are headed in the right direction. That would be my opinion from that. The rest of it's going to be up to maybe speaking to some of the residents and seeing what we can do to calm some nerves.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the residents are waiting for something, for some action.
Same as the WINs are, same as we are, yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, okay. Anything else for statements by members? I'm going to make a short one. Please don't shoot me. We have no one that has filed from within the greater Napanee, and this is not to do with elections, but it's not to do with municipal elections. We have no one that has filed to be our greater Napanee representative for the school board, unless you've got something.
I know one that's pending, waiting a couple of signatures, and it's a good one.
Good. If we don't get it, somebody from Kingston can run and we lose representation.
I signed her.
Good.
She's coming, and I think you'll be happy. Sorry, I
Okay.
meant to.
No, that's good. I just wanted to make that publicly known, because it is very important that we have someone local. Our longtime member, I think she's 20-some years, is not standing. And it's so important that we have somebody that can represent us. We don't need to be represented by Kingston or Stone Mills or anywhere else.
I'll update you offline, it's not my place
Perfect.
to say it publicly.
No, okay. Nothing else. Bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Greater Napanee for August the 9th, 2022. Is it still August the 9th? By God, it is.
Barely.
Yeah, but
First,
McCormick's not gonna make it home.
first, second, and third readings. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormick, all in favor of this, that motion? Motion is carried. Thank you, everyone. Oh yeah, motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Kaiser, Councillor McCormick, all in favor of that? Motion's carried. Thank you.